Chapter 1. March 23, 2020, Shanghai. City's a young man dressed in a suit was walking home with a mask around his mouth and nose. In his face, you could see both tiredness and a youthful vigor. His appearance was above average, not handsome, but somewhat pleasing to the eye. What was extraordinary about him was his eyes. His eyes were black just like everyone in the Republic, but if you stare at them, you would notice a strong and determined will, a will full with the drive to move forward. His name was Wang Wei. Wang Wei walked to his 3-bedroom apartment and put his mask properly on a hanger by the door. Just by entering the room, you could see that this was a somewhat luxurious apartment. This young man had achieved some success in his career at such a young age. Afterward, he took off his clothes, put on his slippers and got into the shower to wash off the tiredness of the day. "What a tired week," he proclaimed. "The director was driving us crazy." After a long shower, he began to prepare his diner for the day. Today's menu involved miso soup with a couple of side dishes. Afterward, he turned on both the TV and his laptop. Just by looking at the first page of his screen, you could see that Wang Wei was an avid fan of online novels. On the TV, you could hear a beautiful reporter dressed in a standard woman's suit talking with great exclamation, thus creating a sense of drama and tension to the audience. "Hello, everyone, I'm reporter Xianxia, bringing you international news." International space agencies across the world have discovered a cosmic phenomena that is spreading across multiple galaxies. As you can see in the sky behind me, there you can see something that resembles space cracks. We have invited Academician Qin from the Chinese Academic Institute of Science and Technology to make a statement. Afterward, an old man with white hair and beard appeared. Just by looking at him, you could notice a scholarly temperament about him. Wang Wei, who was cooking, stopped and looked at the TV. The first thing he noticed was the slight resemblance between Academician Qin and the reporter. Well, given the fact that they have the same surname, it would not be too far-fetched if they were family. Academician Qin took a mic and responded. "After analyzing the data, we theorized that an enormous amount of energy waves was making its way throughout the universe, thus affecting the gravity field of each galaxy to the point that the fabric of space itself was shaking." The academician went on to explain a bunch of scientific theory to back up his theory. You could see at a glimpse that he was very excited. His body exuded a vigor that was far beyond an old man in his 70s. Wang Wei watched the program with full concentration. He did not know why, but he had a hunch that something bad was going to happen. Do not think that this is just his feeling. Ever since he was young, he always had an extraordinary intuition. That intuition had saved his life many times and even greatly helped him in his career. Wang Wei was an orphan whose parents abandoned him since he was born. As such, he always lived in an orphanage ever since he could remember. Growing up without parents, he was forced to grow up early and matured way before his peers. At the orphanage, he became what you called a study tyrant and had the best grades of all the kids. The first time his intuition manifested was when he was 8 years old and being adopted. The director of the orphanage brought a couple dressed in a bunch of luxurious and high-brand clothes. They drove a car worth at least 2 million yuan. All the children were lined up one by one, dressed in the best outfit and tried to look as cute as possible. The couple checked each of them in order to pick the best. Finally, they chose Wang Wei as expected since he was the best among those children. However, the moment he was chosen, Wang Wei felt a terrible dread overflowing in his mind. The only thing in his mind at that moment was that if he went with that couple, his life would be more miserable than a street dog. He did not know how and why this feeling came, but he believed in it anyway. This was the first time that Wang Wei disobeyed the order of the director. Anyway, he refused to be adopted by the couple. In the end, 2 other boys and a girl were taken away by them. In fact, Wang Wei's intuition turned out to be right. In less than a month, a storm swept the national news that involving kidnapping children and selling them as sex slave. While watching the news, Wang Wei recognized the couples that wanted to adopt him as one of the main suspects of this massive operation. Unfortunately, the director of the orphanage was fired after the incident. However, Wang Wei became aware of his intuition and relied on it. 2 years later, Wang Wei used his intuition to choose a new adopted parents. This couple were not well off like the previous one, but had the financial capability to raise a child. It turns out that Wang Wei's intuition was right off the bat again. In less than 5 years, his adopted father's company rose like a comet with assets worth billions of yuan. Sadly though, with his parents giving birth to a biological son and the increase of fortune of the family, many problems were intensified. However, this is not an influential part of this story, at least not yet. Another instance in which Wang Wei's intuition saved his life was when he was in high school. As one top study tyrant of his school and one with a prominent background, Wang Wei had attracted the eye of his school goddess. After she confessed her feelings and he accepted, one of her suitors could not accept his goddess being defiled by a nerd. So he decided to take matters into his own hand. He hired a bunch of thugs to beat Wang Wei when he was on his way to cram school. After school that day, Wang Wei was headed to cram school when a dreaded feeling overwhelmed his mind again. This was the same way he felt the day of his first adoption. Without hesitation, he called a taxi home. Upon arriving, he told his mother that he was not feeling well, so he skipped cram school that day. The second day after the incident, he learned at school that some poor student was beaten by gangsters. It so happened that said student went to the same cram school as Wang Wei. Coincidence? I think not. Afterward, Wang Wei used his intuition on many major decisions of his life. What school to go to, what professor to get along with, which coworker to get along with, which friend is truly trustworthy, which project at work that had potential and which looked good on the surface, but were prone to problems. These decisions made him who was in just his late 20s heading into a promotion for deputy manager at a Fortune 500 company. Now back to the present. Wang Wei was watching the news with worry on his face. He pondered what action to take. At the same time, many places in the world were in chaos. The cracks in space that were small and visible in only some places began to expand exponentially. They look exactly like when the character Whitebeard from the anime One Piece used his devil fruit ability. As the cracks became more visible in the sky, panic and chaos spread across the globe. People began to wonder, is this the end of the world? Chapter 1.1 Suffering Makes the Heart Grow Stronger Part 1. Few months have passed since Wang Wei had a meeting with the upper management of the sect. Soon after the meeting, the Supreme Elders, which all had the cultivation level of Supreme Realm, quietly left their place of retreat. This was actually world-shaking news. In the last generation, for some reason, the path of Supreme was entirely cut off. No matter how powerful or heaven-defying a heaven chosen was in the last generation, no one could enter the realm of Supreme. This was the reason that Wang Wei's father was still in the realm of Saint. As for Wang Wei's generation, many of the heaven chosen have just been born and have not even started cultivating yet. And if they have, they are in a low-level realm. In fact, many of them have not even proven to the world they can gain the title of heaven chosen. The reason people already called them that is because once they were born, many heaven phenomena appeared just like Wang Wei. Furthermore, many people born with a special physique appear at the same time all over the world. Especially people with special bodies in the 3000 heaven physique list. This was a list certified by Heavenly Tao itself. What's even more shocking is that 2 of the top 3 physique already appeared. Throughout the history of the myriad emperor plane, the appearance of one of the top 3 physiques was rare enough, let alone 2 appearing at the same time. As a precedent, once that happens, it can only mean one thing. The 3 top physiques will be born at the same time and a glorious time will be born. The fight for heaven will be a fierce one. Heaven chosen will be everywhere like dogs. As such, the emperor created in this era will be a very powerful one. Coming back to the topic. The appearance of the Supreme Elders brought a shock to the world since they technically have not seen a Supreme Realm for close to 2 generations. Although the Supreme Elders tried to be as low-key as possible, when the Tao opening sect started searching for some rare and precious materials, the powerful groups of the world sent their spy agencies to acquire news. These sects did not find specifically what the Tao opening sect was doing, but they still got some news. Furthermore, when the Supreme Realm powerhouse of the Fox Demon clan moved the whole clan to a domain that belonged to the Tao opening sect, the whole world knew that something big was happening. After a few months of work, the Polishing Dao Heart Pagoda was successfully refined. The only reason it took such a short time was due to the fact that many Supreme Realm powerhouses worked together as a team, and it turned into a quasi-emperor artifact. Wang Wei learned from the library that weapons in this world were divided into 7 ranks: Profound, Earth, Heaven, Saint, Supreme, Quasi-Emperor, and Emperor. In fact, there is another rank called Immortal weapons. According to the information in the library, Immortal weapons are more powerful than Quasi-Emperor, but far inferior to Emperor weapons. After seeing this, Wang Wei went and asked his father about Immortal weapons, but his father quickly shushed him and told him never to talk about these unless he reached a certain level. From what Wang Wei observed the past few years, anything related to Immortal seemed to be a taboo or some sort of open secret that you have to reach a certain level of cultivation and status to know. In the end, Wang Wei had to sigh that the waters in this world were indeed deep. The reason that the Polishing Dao Heart Pagoda reached the level of Quasi-Emperor instead of the Supreme tier has to do with Wang Wei. At an early age, Wang Wei discovered that illusion had little to no effect on him because of his mysterious soul. So, to make sure that the pagoda had an effect on him, when it was being refined, he released a small part of his soul in it. Thus, after passing the heavenly tribulation, the pagoda reached the level of Quasi-Emperor, which surprised many people. Today was the day that the pagoda opened. Wang Wei stood in front of it with an excited face. There was a little fat boy standing half a step behind him. This boy's name was Li Jun. He was Wang Wei's only true brother in the Dao Opening sect. Li Jun's life in the Dao Opening sect was somewhat of a tragedy. The Polishing Dao Heart Pagoda was his only chance to change his future. So, he stood there with a look of determination on his little chubby face. Soon, the pagoda started working. Wang Wei, Li Jun, and many core disciples entered and started their journey. As for the inner and outer disciples, they have to wait for their turn. In the first layer of the pagoda, Wang Wei found himself in a vast and endless desert. His body looks and feels ordinary. Despite the fact that Wang Wei is 8 years old, his original body was as strong as an Olympian athlete in his previous life due to all heaven and earth treasure he consumed daily. Even the milk Wang Wei drinks every day is from a powerful beast with high cultivation. All of these is to lay a solid foundation for his future cultivation. Only Emperor-level forces can afford the resources to train true heaven-chosen like Wang Wei. However, in this pagoda, Wang Wei's body is quite ordinary, and even a little malnourished. But he did not care. He knew this was part of the test. He packed the little food and water he was given. After inspecting his body, Wang Wei began to walk in a direction. He walked for 12 hours straight. Soon he became thirsty and hungry. He took a bite of his bread, drank a little water, and continued his journey. 3 days passed, and Wang Wei continued walking without direction. His clothes were tattered, his shoes were already burned by the heat of the desert sands, and his feet were full of blisters. His body was full of both burn marks from the overbearing heat of the sun and frostbite from the cold wind of the desert night when the temperature dropped below freezing point. For some reason, the amount of food he had never increases or decreases, just the right amount to keep him alive, nothing more and nothing less. At this point in time, Wang Wei became quite delirious. There was a voice in his head constantly telling him to give up. It was telling him that he was the future sacred son of the Dao Opening sect, that he was born noble. He did not have to go through such pain and suffering. Many times he wanted to listen to that voice. Many times he wanted to quit or even kill himself to end this misery. But every time he would think of his mother, father, and grandfather. He would think of the expectation that the sect had of him. He would think about his goals of one day bearing heaven will and proclaiming himself emperor. He gritted his teeth and continued. Soon, 7 days passed. Wang Wei's body was slowly falling apart. He was so skinny that his clothes became loose on him. Underneath his shirt, you could not even distinguish between his skin and his ribs. His arms were so thin that you could use it as a ruler. The skin underneath his foot has been burned off. You could only see his muscle oozing out blood with every step, leaving a trail of blood, hardship, and misfortune. Wang Wei's body was simply not functional anymore. He was moving simply by his sheer will and determination. Despite all this, he continued his walk forward. Not even death itself could stop him. Meanwhile, outside of the pagoda, the elders and disciples were shocked. There was a formation that showed what was happening inside the pagoda for the rest of the people to watch. The result of many of the disciples were quite abysmal. Few were able to last more than a couple of hours. The best result so far was the rank first contemporary sacred son, which lasted 3 days. 2 people lasted the longest. 7 days. One of them was of course Wang Wei, the other, surprisingly, was Li Jun. Chapter 2. While the whole world and government of different countries were trying to find the cause of this phenomena and how to properly deal with it, something incredible happened to Wang Wei. As soon as his intuition took effect, he got up and ran outside. Unfortunately for him, before he got far, a space crack suddenly appeared and swallowed him. Afterward, Wang Wei found himself traveling in a vacuum-like environment except that there was no planet or stars around him. The only thing around him was darkness. Sadly for him, it did not take long before his body was destroyed. The only thing remaining of his existence was a milky white cloud-like substance that he assumed to be his soul. "Damn, I'm in big trouble this time," he proclaimed. "I have to find a way out of this situation or I will definitely die." Many negative emotions were going through his head, but he forced himself to calm down. He focused his attention around while ignoring the fact that his soul was slowly dying out. He soon noticed a bunch of blue light spots scattered around in the void. They shined like stars in the night, yet strangely, if you did not focus on them, you could not notice them. No time to think now. This may be my only chance. He moved his already fading soul to the nearest spot. As soon as he touched the light spot, it was immediately absorbed by him. He discovered that these blue light spots could stabilize his dying soul. Afterward, he moved his soul and absorbed as many of the blue spots as possible. Wang Wei did not notice that as he absorbed more and more blue spots, his soul started to turn purple. All he cared about was how to save his life. During his travel, he lost his perception of time. He felt that eons had passed. At the same time, he felt that only a few seconds had passed. Wang Wei didn't know how long he took, but he suddenly found a very bright light in front of him and he rushed into it. Myriad Emperor World, Central Continent, Dao Opening Sect. A man dressed in a white ancient gown laced with golden thread stood in front of a room. There were many other people standing behind him, indicating that this man had a great status. Although he looked calm on the surface, you could see the worry in his eyes. At the same time, if you look close at him, you could feel a supreme sword intent that could sunder the heaven itself. His name was Wang Tian, the sect master of the Dao Opening Sect. The people behind were the great elders, and deacons of the sect. Each of these people had a tremendously high status in the world, and a single word from them could affect the lives of billions of people. However, they all stood in front of a house, not daring to make a sound. The reason for that is that today, the sect madam will give birth. They all had a look of expectation in their faces and a look of worry. During this stressful time, many people were watching and waiting for the birth of this son. A great deal of expectations were placed onto this unborn child. Many powerful divine senses were secretly observing this delivery to ensure that no mistake will take place. However, despite all the commotion, despite that all the powerful cultivators of the sects who were spying on this room, no one noticed a shadow standing in the delivery room looking weirdly at the just-born Wang Wei and his mother. The shadow blended with the world, and yet was still separate from it. It stood there waiting for something. As for what he was waiting for, only he himself knew. The people outside did not have to wait long when something unexpected happened. The moment the baby was born, a great pressure of the soul swept throughout the whole world. The feeling was like a supreme emperor looking at them. They felt like ants looking at the might of heaven. The feeling only lasted for a few breaths, but had a lasting effect on the whole world. Many powerful cultivators felt that supreme breath and looked in the direction of the Dao Opening Sect. Soon afterward, a vision soon enveloped the entire central continent. The vision involves many auspicious beasts such as dragons, phoenixes, and qilin hovering around. They seemed to be celebrating the arrival of this baby. Then there were many sages and supreme beings paying their respect. They displayed the utmost respect to the being superior to them. Then myriad races appeared and kowtowed to the baby. All these visions were accompanied by heavenly music that soothed the soul and countless purple clouds. This vision shocked the many forces in the myriad emperor world. They only had one thought in their mind. A true heaven chosen has appeared in the Tao opening sect. The majority of people were not happy about this. The Tao opening sect was very powerful, but they had not produced a new great emperor for millions of years. In this generation, they did not even have a proper heaven chosen that could compete for the heaven will, but now, things have changed. The two most worried groups after seeing this are the Emperor Enlightenment Academy and the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. The former was the direct competitor of the Tao opening sect, while the latter was having some trouble at this moment. Somewhere in the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, the moment the visions appeared, an old man opened his eyes in shock and confusion. He looked in a certain direction and used his finger to calculate the secrets of heaven. He wanted to know why there was an anomaly in his prediction. According to his calculation, the Tao opening sect should not be a major competitor for the heaven will this generation. As he was calculating, a mysterious aura appeared around him. Then a river appeared behind. This was the famous river of fate. As the old man known as Old Chu started calculating, he suddenly opened his eyes in horror and spit out a mouthful of blood. His body began to dry up and he turned so skinny that you could not tell the difference between his skin and his bones. The sky in the Heaven Mystery Pavilion turned turbulent, which alarmed all the disciples and elders of the sect. When the pavilion master found the old man, he was shocked and said, "Supreme Elder Chu, what happened? What's wrong with you?" The secrets of heaven are in chaos and have been hidden. In this supreme era of resurgence, the impossible will become possible. After saying this, Old Chu passed out. The pavilion master and elders of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion were greatly surprised. The Supreme Elder Chu was currently one of the best cultivators good at divination that was active, but he suffered from such serious backlash. Soon afterward, news of the incident that happened in the Heaven Mystery Pavilion was spread throughout the world. Everyone knew that an undercurrent was going on. This generation's fight for the heaven will be full of ups and downs. It will not be as simple as past ones. Meanwhile, in the Tao opening sect, Wang Wei opened his eyes and soon realized that he was a baby. Meanwhile, the moment that the shadow was waiting for arrived, and a look of anticipation could be seen in his face. Of course, that is if anyone could actually see him. Chapter 2.1 Suffering Makes the Heart Grow Stronger Part 2 Outside the pagoda, in the clouds. The sect master, great elders, and elders stood there, floating in the air, talking with each other. "Great Elder Li Jiang, I did not expect your family to have such a potential genius," said one elder. Although he was complimenting the great elder, you could tell from his tone that he was being sarcastic. Another elder said, "It seems that your Li family almost missed a heaven chosen." The conversation between the elders in fact involved the internal contradiction and competition of the Tao opening sect. The great elder Li Jiang was in fact in charge of the Hall of Resources. This hall, as the name implies, involved distributing resources to all the disciples and elders of the sect. Whether it was the distribution of pills, talisman, weapons, or selecting a cultivating cave full of spiritual energy, they all fall in the jurisdiction of the Hall of Resources. The Li family was in charge of the Hall of Resources for this generation. As a matter of fact, the Tao opening sect is currently divided into 4 parts: the Wang, Yan, Li family, and the sectarian side. The Tao opening sect had 9 emperors, 4 from the Wang family, 2 from the Li family, 2 from the Yan family, and 1 from disciples recruited outside of the families. As a result, there are many contradictions and competition between the 4 parties. Li Jun is in fact the young master of the Li family, and great elder Li Jiang is actually his father. However, Li Jun's life in the Li family is not very well. There is a glorious time coming in the world, and many of the 4 groups have talented people to nurture to represent them in the grand stage that is about to come. However, the Li family does not well, at least the main branch of the family does not. Li Jun, as the sole heir of the Li family, was not born extraordinary. Although Li Jun's talent is good if he were placed on the lower planes, he would be a heaven-defying genius, but in the myriad emperor plane, in this glorious time's coming, he is simply insignificant. As such, his life in the family is quite hard. Although he still receives all the training and resources necessary, he has no status. Even the servants in his house always gave him a cold look. What's even worse is that when the kids from the Li family branch bullies him, and no one comes forward to stop them except for his mother. As such, Li Jun's evaluation in the family is someone that is not worth training. His life only got better after he started hanging out with Wang Wei. So, you could imagine the shock the elders had after seeing his performance in the pagoda. Great Elder Li Jiang blushes with shame upon hearing the others' comments. How would he know his son has such a powerful will? Although he always feels bad for his son, as the patriarch of the family, he is trained from birth to put the well-being of the entire family before the need of the individual, even when it comes to his own blood. Of course, Li Jiang is not a completely heartless and terrible father. He tried his best, otherwise Li Jun would not have received as much resource as he did now. The noble families like the Li and Wang are ruthless. They do not raise anyone who has no value. Back to the pagoda. After 8 straight days, Li Jun's body collapsed in the desert and he was sent out the pagoda. His body was in fact in perfect shape, as the pagoda trials are just powerful illusions. But when Li Jun was sent out, he was still immersed in the trial. As soon as he got out, he started screaming, "Water! Water! I need water!" His father, who was in the cloud, instantly appeared before his son and fed him some water. Afterward, Li Jun passed out and was taken away by the great elder. Soon, many murmured of the disciple began to spread throughout the venue. Was that Li Jun who passed the trial? Yeah, that was him. But I thought he was a waste. Now, I just saw him perform better than the contemporary sacred sons. Siege, don't talk about these kinds of things if you want to mix in the sect. Conversations like these were happening everywhere in the sect. The people most affected by these rumors were the contemporary sacred sons. In the Tao opening sect, the disciples were divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. The top 10 core disciples were referred to as contemporary sacred son. They compete with each other and the winner will win the status of sacred son. What is a sacred son? The sacred son represents the future sect master of the Tao opening sect. It represents having most of the resources of the sect at your disposal. The sacred son status is second only to the sect master and the great elders of different halls. The sacred son even has the right to mobilize the elders, which are all in the saint realm when necessary. As such, many disciples are competing for the status of the sacred son. In fact, Wang Wei was designated as the sacred son the moment he was born, but this news was not announced yet. Although this was unfair to these disciples, this is how things are in a sect controlled by powerful groups. Of course, things are not as simple as stated. When Wang Wei becomes the sacred son, he has to prove to the contemporary sacred sons and all the other disciples that he deserved such title. Otherwise, his status would be nothing but empty air. So, a fight is imminent between Wang Wei and them sooner or later. Although Li Jun escaped the pain and misery of the desert, Wang Wei did not. Soon, 13 days passed and Wang Wei was still walking. All people could see on the screen outside of the pagoda was a skeleton with worn-out clothes walking in the endless desert. Soon, the skeleton's body started to decompose into the tiniest of sand particles blowing away by the desert wind. Wang Wei was ejected out the pagoda after a 13 days arduous journey of non-stop walking. It took Wang Wei a few moments to process the fact that he had escaped the endless desert. In this brief moment, a great change had occurred to Wang Wei. In his mature and wise eyes, you could notice an iron will of determination. A will that could make even the most ruthless man tremble. A will that could inspire courage, dedication, and foolish bravery to all his allies. A will that could install fear in the heart of his enemies even if he was the devil itself. After Wang Wei regained his composure, he scanned at all the disciples that were looking at him. Everywhere his eyes went, the majority of the people put their head down out of fear, while the rest looked at him with reverence. Soon afterward, Wang Wei passed out and started to fall down. However, before he hit the ground, his father appeared out of nowhere, caught him and immediately left. Chapter 3. The birth of Wang Wei had far greater impact than imagined. In a higher dimension where the myriad emperor word was located, there is no void or stars, or the concept of the universe known to Wang Wei's previous life. There is only chaos, the beginning and end of everything. Chaos gave birth to every living and non-living thing, and every living and non-living thing will one day return to chaos. In the endless chaos, there are many powerful worlds. Each powerful world has a lower dimension full of smaller worlds that provide them resources, mainly powerful cultivators. The chaos world associated with Myriad Emperor world is known as the Eternal Ascension world. Even among the countless chaos world, the Eternal Ascension world is one if not the most powerful world. In this powerful world, there are countless powerful cultivators whose breath alone is enough to completely destroy the Myriad Emperor world. However, Heavenly Tao prevents higher dimension creatures from going to the lower level. At best, they could send a projection if they are strong enough. And among these cultivators, there are 9 who stood at the apex and ruled the entire world. Their words are absolute law, and anyone who disobeys or tries to reach their level will be destroyed without any hesitation. As such, fighting and competition between them is usually fierce. Well, to be exact, the competition between 7 of the 9 are as such. The last 2 are different. Their power has reached a higher level than the other 2 and most mundane things are of no interest to them. However, they still try to keep the balance of power of this world. Usually the Eternal Ascension world is quite peaceful, but today, 7 powerful auras swept around the entire world at the same time. Even worse, soon the other 2 more powerful auras also woke up. Everyone wanted to know what awakening these 9 powerful bosses, especially the last 2. Of course, if they know that it was because a just-born baby, everyone would be shocked and would never believed such an absurd thing. The moment Wang Wei was born, these powerful people begin to communicate with one another. "Have you felt it?" said an ethereal voice. "Yes, someone's soul has reached the paragon level and may break through to our realm at any moment," responded a beautiful and melodious voice. "We must find the person and kill it in the bud before he rises," said another rough voice full of killing intent. After this short conversation, 9 powerful divine consciousness swept the entire Eternal Ascension world searching for something. After not finding anything, they did not give up, but used more magical means. They looked through every space or dimension in this world, even those that were created by other cultivators. Afterward, they look through time and space, the past and present. They look at different timelines and future parallel universes. After not finding anything, they look at the destiny and luck of every living being to see which one has the closest fate of being a paragon. However, their search seemed to be in vain. After not finding anything after using so much of their power, the 9 powerful beings were furious and used more aggressive means. They looked at the karma of all living things, and even went as far as to look through samsara to make sure that this person was not using the power of reincarnation to cover his track. The lower-level cultivators felt dreadful. They felt an invisible eye that could see through everything about them: their bodies, soul, spirit, mind, past life, and even their future death. The feeling of having your life in someone else's hand was quite terrible and horrifying. Unfortunately, despite all the commotions, nothing was found. Actually, there is a reason that Wang Wei was not found. These people did not believe that the lower dimension could give birth to such a powerful soul, so they subconsciously neglected this part. Soon, the incident escalated beyond control. A huge eye suddenly appears on top of the Eternal Ascension world. The first impression that comes to mind when seeing this eye is that it is mighty and indifferent. You could not see a single trace of emotion in this eye. "Eye of Heavenly Tao," exclaimed one of the 9 rulers. The moment this eye appeared, these rulers knew that things were more serious than just competition for right and resources. They could not get involved in things concerning Heavenly Tao, of course. This did not apply to the most 2 powerful rulers. The moment the Eye of Heavenly Tao appears, these two rulers know that something of great importance must have happened. So, they began to calculate heaven's secrets to deduce the cause and effect of this event. The reason that Heavenly Tao appears is because he detected a foreign soul invading the world. In fact, such an act often happens in a big world like the Eternal Ascension world, but usually, these foreign souls are weak and would be soon assimilated and become permanent residents of this world. As for the powerful ones, they will be blocked outside the world or completely obliterated after entering reincarnation. Now, the Eye of Heavenly Tao notices a soul that managed to bypass its defense, and said soul has the potential to completely alter the fate and fundamental order of this world. As the supreme ruler in this world, Heavenly Tao has no emotion and no desire. It is only a powerful consciousness whose sole purpose is to maintain the rules and order that makes the world function. As such, this foreign soul or Wang Wei must be eradicated. The appearance of the Eye of Heavenly Tao brought a great catastrophe to Wang Wei without him even realizing it. Of course, even if he realizes the seriousness of the problem, there is absolutely nothing he could do about it now. After all, he is just a baby now. Even if he has a powerful soul, he could not use it. In fact, it would take him a very long time for him to truly realize how powerful his soul actually is. The Eye of Heavenly Tao is more powerful and thorough than these 9 rulers. After checking the Eternal Ascension world, he begins to check the lower dimension. The lower dimension is boundless and complicated. There are countless worlds, and these worlds are also divided from low to high into small thousand world, medium thousand world, great thousand world, and heavenward world. These classifications are based on the amount spiritual energy contains on these worlds, the amount of resources, the size and the highest level of cultivation that people can reach. The lower the world, the more there are in quantity. For example, there are more than 10 million smaller thousand worlds, less than a million medium thousand worlds, 100,000 or more greater thousand worlds. As for heavenward world, there are no more than a few hundreds of them. The Eye of Heavenly Tao took a while to scan all the small, medium, and great thousand worlds. Soon, it will be the turn of the heavenward worlds, which is the category that Myriad Emperor world belongs to. A great danger is quickly approaching our protagonist. How will he survive this great catastrophe? Will his journey end before even beginning? And what is the purpose of this shadow that seemed to have anticipated all of these? Is he a friend or an enemy? Chapter 3.3 Suffering Makes the Heart Grow Stronger Part 3 In a mountain floating in air, there was a very large residence made entirely out of wood. The houses were separated by equal distances. If you look at it from high above, you would notice that they make some kind of natural geometric pattern. The vast spiritual energy engulfed the entire mountain in the form of mist, bringing a touch of ethereal and immortal-like atmosphere. All the people in this mountain were dressed in a material like silk robe that is perfectly tailored to their body shape and size. This place is the main house of the Wang family, where Wang Wei and his family live. Inside the main hall, sect master Wang Tian and his wife were standing together, looking at their young son who was still in a coma. Wang Wei's mother said worryingly, "Why do we have to look at our son suffering like this? He's only 8 years old." The sect master sighed and responded, "This is the path that he chose. Since he embarked on this road, all we could do is to support him all the way through." Wang Wei's mother hugged her husband and started crying silently. It took 3 days before Wang Wei woke up. He was a little scared afterward. Although he was the one who designed the tests, the specifics of the trials were left for the elders to decide. Wang Wei spent half a month adjusting his emotions and daily life. During this time, he reinforced his drive and ambition to walk the path of the emperor. Afterward, he went to find Li Jun to enter the second trial. When Wang Wei saw Li Jun, his face was glowing with excitement. The look on his face conveyed the fact that his life was quite happy the past few days. Looking at the shady look on your face, your life should have been moist after the pagoda trial. Big brother Wang Wei, what do you mean by shady? That is the face of beauty and success. Heh, Wang Wei smirked, then proceeded to smack his head. Kid, do not be too happy yet. We live in a world where the strong preys on the weak. The only time people are interested in you is when they find you valuable. Do you think passing the first layer of the pagoda is enough for the whole Li family to completely value you? Remember, in this world, only strength, only results will give you the status and honor you desire. After hearing Wang Wei's words, Li Jun immediately recovered from his excitement. As his big brother said, the result he has accomplished now is not enough for him to change his situation. Now, things look all good, but that was the result of the recent hype of the pagoda trial. Once the hype disappears and he has not made new results, although his life would improve slightly, but it would not completely raise his status in the clan. After pondering these issues, he converged his excitement and asked, "Big brother Wang Wei, when are we executing our big plan?" Wang Wei looked at him and said, "Wait until you pass the pagoda trials and survive the Spirit Road trials 7 years later, then we will start our plan." Li Jun nodded and then he became reserved just like he used to be. Noticing the change in temperament of his little brother, Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction while heading to the pagoda. As he walked toward his destination, Wang Wei started thinking about the day he met and became friends with Li Jun. At that time, he was 3 years old. He had just awakened a new ability. When he was 3 years old, Wang Wei discovered that his eyes could see an illusory dragon on top of people's head. The dragons were of different size and color, the colors being red, orange, yellow, gold, and purple. Even he himself had a purple dragon above his head. After awakening this ability, he searched in the library and learned that this was a manifestation of luck. In this world, luck is a real and observable thing. As such, the color of the dragon determines the level of luck someone has, with red being the worst and purple gold being the highest. In fact, not everyone has a dragon that represents luck. According to the knowledge he acquired, luck is divided into carp fish, snake, flood dragon, and true dragon. The majority of cultivators have the luck of a snake, as having the chance to cultivate itself is a manifestation of luck. In this vast world, there are trillions of mortals or ordinary people. Out of these people, probably only 1 out 100 billion can have the talent to cultivate. Among these people, the cultivator who can get the title of Heaven Chosen has at least a golden dragon of luck. As for the highest purple golden dragon, no one except for Emperor's direct descendants can be born with it. If you want to achieve such a level of luck, certain conditions are required to achieve. When Wang Wei learned about his power, he visited the whole sect to learn about how to use this power. After many days of observation, he noticed that when the luck dragon meets a more powerful one than itself, it is suppressed and becomes dormant. When it is excited, it means a person is going to have a fortunate encounter. When someone defeats another person in a fight, a part of the luck is transferred to the victor. Wang Wei noticed Li Jun because he was the only one among the direct descendants of the sects that had a red dragon. On that fateful day, Li Jun was besieged by a group of kids who were constantly beating him, even though he lied in the ground defenseless. The reason that Wang Wei noticed Li Jun was not because of him being bullied. In the sect, children's fights were secretly allowed. It was a way to develop the concept of strong prey on the weak at a very young age. In fact, Wang Wei himself beat a few children in order to establish his status as the boss. As a kid with the mind of an adult, Wang Wei can only secretly say that the process was quite enjoyable. The reason Wang Wei noticed Li Jun despite his red dragon luck was the determination he saw in his eyes and the fact that he did not fight back. You know, kids at their age had no cultivation or training in combat. And Li Jun, who was quite heavy at that time, had many advantages over these kids. So after the fight, Wang Wei approached him and asked him, "Why did you not fight back? What's the point of fighting back besides adding more unnecessary injuries to me?" After hearing Li Jun's word, Wang Wei immediately understood what he meant. Wang Wei had learned about Li Jun's situation and knew that his bullying had to do with his status in the clan. If he had a high status like Wang Wei, all he had to do was to beat a few kids to establish his dominance, then things would end. But in his case, after beating the kids, they would gang up on him and beat him more severely in retaliation. As such, being passive, he would not anger them and receive less injury. This was not an easy thing for a 3-year-old kid to realize. After all, circumstances and the environment has a major influence on people's growth, especially children. After noticing that Li Jun was different from other kids, Wang Wei said, "Well, kid, I like your wisdom and bravery. Follow me and be my little brother. In this sect, no one dares to bully my little brother." "Who are you calling a kid? Furthermore, as far as I am concerned, I am older than you. I should be the big brother." "What an interesting kid. In that case, let's settle this like everyone in the world does. Whoever has the bigger fist is the big brother." "Well, what you say makes sense." Afterward, they fought madly like kids, rolling in the dirty ground. In the end, Wang Wei had to rely on a few unsavory tricks to win, and Li Jun gracefully accepted his status as the little brother. Chapter 4. A great deal of danger was quickly approaching our protagonist, even though he was not even aware of it. As the scanning of the Eye of Heavenly Tao approaches the myriad Emperor world, a great change suddenly happened. The whole universe suddenly became quiet. All lives in the universe, whether they were in the multiple chaos worlds in the higher dimension or the near infinite amount of worlds in the lower dimensions, suddenly stopped whatever they were doing and silently looked up in the sky. Trillions upon trillions of lives, who had different identities, different race, and different cultivation levels. When they raised their head, all they could see was a young man dressed in purple robes standing over them. To be precise, he seemed to be standing above the whole universe. It did not matter where you were, how far apart you were, what size you were, whether you were an existing or non-existing being, whether you were a sentient being or not, anything of existence or non-existence could see this young man. The inhabitants of the universe could not see the face of this man, but somehow they could see his temperament and both his eyes. The man gave the feeling that he was free and unfettered, that he was not bound by worldly tether, that his actions were bound solely by his desires. In other words, he could do whatever he pleased whenever he wanted. He was transcendent. He was detached. And then there were his eyes. In his eyes, you could see the fate of all living beings and things, their birth, growth, and destined destruction. It was a beautiful yet horrified cycle. When seeing those eyes, people would immediately ask themselves, does fate really exist? Is our life from birth to death already set like a written story? If so, who is the author? And how can we escape such a shackle? Maybe this man knew the answer. Unfortunately, he was not here to answer our questions. Despite this, we are still happy to be in his mere presence. Right after the young man showed up, a gigantic eye also appeared on top of all living beings. Unlike the man who was a mystery to people, all living things instantly recognized this eye despite not having any prior knowledge of it. It was as if the cognitive knowledge of this being was instantly placed in their mind. This was the Eye of Great Tao. In this chaotic universe, there are many chaotic worlds like the Eternal Ascension world. Each chaotic world has an Eye of Heavenly Tao to manage it and keep it in order. The collective chaotic worlds and its Eye of Heavenly Tao can be called the chaotic universe. Thus, the Eye of Great Tao is essentially the boss or ruler of the entire chaotic universe. There are two types of Eye of Great Tao, ones with emotion and the ones without. As for how the differences come about and what effect they each have, well, that's information that our protagonist will have to discover for himself in his journey. However, it seemed that the one that just appeared is without any emotions. Despite this, the moment the Eye of Great Tao looked at the man that seemed to be standing above him, it felt something that seemed to be buried deep in his memories. Fear. It was not that the Eye of Heavenly Tao suddenly learned to have emotion. No, it was more like an instinct when a lower life form came face to face with a higher one. It was the same when ants met humans who could kill it with just one finger. Or when humans meet almighty gods that control their fate. Throughout its near infinite lifetime, the Eye of Great Tao could count less than 5 times in which it has felt this emotion. The detached young man only slightly looked at the gigantic eye and then ignored it. He opened his mouth and exclaimed, "Stop." This single word echoed throughout the chaotic universe. Afterward, a supreme will instantly traveled throughout the universe and executed this man order. Immediately afterward, time and space froze, and everything began to stand still. The cycle of life and death stopped evolving, All living things in this moment become eternal, being able to live forever frozen in that single moment. The shackles of fate were removed, or to be precise, changed ownership to this supreme will. The fate of all living things were no longer their own as it always was and always will be. All cause and effect, all karmic ties were cut, thus freeing all living beings from the consequences of their actions. All their sins and altruism were washed away, turning them into blank sheets. Yin and yang were no longer separated. All living things were free from the concept of good and evil, day and night, fire and water. They were no longer divided. Just this one sentence showed the terrifying power of this being. Among all beings, only two people or things were aware of things going around the universe. One being the Eye of Great Tao and the other, the shadow standing in Wang Wei's birth room. And to their horror, they were powerless and could only just watched it happen. Afterward, the free and unfettered young man rewrote the fundamental laws or great Tao of the chaotic universe. Why did he do all that? Because of a baby that was just born in the myriad emperor world. The detached young man did all this to prevent the Eye of Heavenly Tao from noticing Wang Wei. He erased the memory of all living things, the memories of the powerful rulers of the eternal ascension world, and even the Eye of Heavenly Tao. Heck, even its boss, the Eye of Great Tao, was not spared. He rewind time to the moment he baby was born and give him a citizenship, identity that was recognized by the world. The only being who was spared was the shadow, but even he could not truly fathom exactly what the Supreme Being had done because of the massive difference of their cultivation level. However, he could probably guess the gist of it and the identity of the Supreme Being. The shadow smiled and muttered to himself, "So, that's what happened. Now, so many things can be explained." The shadow looked at the eyes of the Supreme Being and said, "I am going to be the last winner." After doing all this, after accomplishing his task, the detached young man glanced meaningfully at the just-born baby, then at the shadow, smiled and uttered, "The journey has begun." "But it also already ended," responded a sweet and ethereal voice with the same detachment of the young man. You easily could tell that it was a woman's voice. "How about making it a little more interesting this time around?" She giggled. "Do not be playful when it comes to matters of such importance," reprimanded the young man. The woman laughed without caring. Then she sneakily threw a very thin and undetectable white line in the chaotic universe. Of course the young man noticed her action, but he ignored it. Just as she said, some things are simply inevitable. The process may be different, but the ending will be the same. You could tell from their conversation that these two people were very close to each other from their manner of speaking. And also of similar status. The two young and immortal-like people were living in a strange place. In this strange place that appeared all white, all existing concepts exist simultaneously or at the same time. You could see space, time, matter, energy, life, death, reality, dreams, fantasy, yin and yang, absolute beginning, absolute end, etc. All the concepts known and unknown to human cognition exist simultaneously in this strange place. Its name is Hongmeng. According to cultivators' understanding of the Tao, chaos existed before the birth of the universe. Chaos gave birth to all things. Then what was before chaos? What gave birth to chaos? The answer is Hongmeng. Hongmeng existed before chaos. Chapter 4.1 What price are you willing to pay for power? While Yu Yen closed her eyes and waited for her fated death, Wang Wei's bright red sword stopped 1 millimeter away from her heart. No matter what Wang Wei did, he could not push the sword forward. This 1 millimeter represented a chasm that separated his last trace of humanity. It also represented his destined path. Cross that chasm and he will no longer be human, he will turn into a slave of power, a puppet of fate. Walk away from it, he still has a chance at redemption, a chance to try to place the control of his fate in his own hands. Wang Wei looked at his mother, then memories that were engraved deep in his memories flooded his mind. He remembered the reason that he started in this path of pursuing power. It was to protect his mother from the persecutions of the other clans. But now, years later, he has forgotten his original purpose. His desire for power slowly consumed him like blood flowing out of a person's cut artery. Then it suddenly dawned on Wang Wei that the most difficult thing about cultivating was not the process of reaching high realms. No, by his talent alone and with an abundance of resources from the sect, it was only a matter of time before he could cultivate to the supreme realm. The real difficulty of cultivating was how to remember his original purpose, his original heart. Cultivators live a very long life. The real trial that they have to face is how not to let the passing of time affect their heart, to retain their original intention in the face of the demon that is called time. Can you make sure that after 1,000,000 years, you are the same person? Can the people who knew you in the beginning still recognize who you are? Can you look yourself in the mirror and say without hesitation that you did nothing against your conscience? And if you did change, is it too late to rectify your mistakes? All these are the essence of having a strong and powerful Tao heart, and it took Wang Weiss almost killing his mother to truly understand these things. Yu Yan opened her eyes after a few moments without feeling any pain. The painful death that she waited for did not come. When she opened her eyes, she saw her son holding a sword very close to her heart without moving an inch. At the same time, she noticed tears flowing down his eyes, drenching his clothes wet. His eyes were no longer devoid of emotions. Instead, they were full of pain and struggle. They kept changing from pure ruthlessness to doting love. Yu Yan realizes that her son was in an internal battle of good and evil. Her son was in his last struggle to redeem himself. She did not say anything to him, her gentle smile remained on her face. She knew that this was a battle that her son had to face on his own. No matter the outcome, she will accept it. If her son succeeded, she will lead him to a path of redemption to repay all his negative karma. If he failed, she would die as a form of atonement to the world and her son. Wang Wei's struggle lasted more than 9 hours. Afterward, he dropped the sword in his hands on the floor. He looked at his mother full of gentleness, love, and guilt, then said, "Mo. Mother." His voice was harsh and hoarse and he stuttered. This was due to the fact that he did not speak for many years. Tears kept coming out his eyes and he knelt in the ground in front of his mother. He continued, "I'm sorry for warehouse. What happened?" Yu Yan rushed to her son and embraced him on the dirty floor. She wept with him and comforted him. She told him that everything would be okay from now on, that there was still time to change, time to make right of his past's wrong. The mother and son spent the next day talking to each other. In the morning the next day, Yu Yan said to Wang Wei, "Are you leaving again?" He smiled and responded, "Mother knows me best. After all, I need to repent for all my sins." This time his smile was no longer stiff or indifferent. Instead, his smile gave the feeling of removing the burden of the world from his shoulder. His smile was free and unrestrained. After saying his parting word to his mother, Wang Wei teleported away from the Wang clan. Then he turned into a giant. His body was so huge that the concept of size could no longer apply to him. All the people of the world raised their head to see a gigantic human head covering the entire heaven. In front of this giant, they were nothing but ants crawling in the ground in order to survive the cruelty of nature. And this giant was at the top of the food pyramid. The people of the world immediately knelt on the ground and did not make a single sound. The world became extremely quiet. In fact, not just humans, all sentient and non-sentient beings acted this way. Even the wind stopped blowing so as not to make flowers move and make a single sound. The giant looked at all the beings in the world and proclaimed, "My name is Wang Wei, but many of you should know me by the title of Slaughter Devil." Upon hearing the giant's word, many people became terrified. Who did not know the Slaughter Devil that killed the majority of the people in the world? All of them lived every day in fear, thinking that someday the devil would come to finish the rest of the job. Many people at the moment thought that their judgment day final came. Throughout the past 10 years, I have committed great sins to the people of the world, and as such, are fettered by karmic virtues. Since there is a cause, then there must be an effect. Today, I will repay the karma I owed to the people and to the world. My soul will turn into the cycle of reincarnation so that all the people that I have killed can be reborn and have new life. My blood will nourish the land of the world so that all living beings have enough resources to breed, multiply, and grow. My flesh will turn into a new continent so that all beings will have more land for future descendants and the world could be more prosperous. After this declaration, the people watched as the giant's body slowly disintegrated. Many grieving souls flew out of the giant's body, bowed to him and went into reincarnation. The giant's blood enveloped the land. The crops and plants started to grow at an alarming rate. Many ores and spiritual veins were created in different parts of the land. Many mountains and rivers grew at a rate visible to the naked eye. Then, the giant's body turned into an enormous continent and landed somewhere in the ocean. The few remaining cultivators in the world soon noticed that the world they lived in hand started to expand and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became extremely abundant. Every breath they took could absorb a vast amount of spiritual energy and they would feel refreshed afterward. In this environment, even mortals will have a long lifespan. They knew that this world was about to enter an age of cultivation and exploration. Both cultivators and mortals will benefit from this coming era. After doing all of this, Wang Wei was ejected out of the pagoda trial. In fact, Wang Wei did not have to do all the extra things at the end. After waking up at the last moment and preventing himself from killing his mother, he already passed the trial. So why did he do all the things he did? It was to install on him the idea of always paying karma. In this world of cultivation, karma is a real and accessible thing. Many cultivators have cultivated the Tao of karma, and some have even proclaimed themselves emperor using the Tao of karma. If one day he encountered one of such cultivators, he would be somewhat prepared. If he could also understand the Tao of karma, it would be even better. Chapter 5. The moment Wang Wei was born and the vision stopped, his father named Wang Tian rushed inside to see his son. There, he saw his wife holding a cute baby with clear, pure, and intelligent eyes. He walked over and held his wife with his newborn son. Although his wife had just given birth, there was no such thing as weakness. After all, she was a cultivator as strong as her husband. She happily hugged her baby with her husband while playing with him. "Husband, how about naming our son?" Wang Tian hesitated a while, then said, "I don't think that's a good idea. Maybe we should call my father for him to name our son." But father-in-law has been cultivating in the Supreme Elder Cottage for many years and has not come out. Is it necessary to disturb him now? Wang Tian pondered his wife's words and realized she was right. His father had been cultivating in retreat for hundreds of years, and only on some occasions he would communicate with his son. Just as Wang Tian decided to give his son a proper name, a powerful and domineering laugh echoed throughout the Tao opening sect. Soon, an elderly man walked in the birthing room. The man looked somewhat similar to Wang Tian, except way older and more overbearing. While the sect master gave the feeling of a sharp sword, his father gave the feeling a domineering tyrant. The first feeling when meeting him was like saying, "Bow to me, you will prosper, hinder me, you will perish." Sect Master Wang was surprised to see his father coming out of his seclusion. You know, his father was a supreme elder, and they rarely deal with things concerning the sect, unless it was of great importance. He hurried over to greet him with his wife and new son. Sect Master Wang Tian's father happily greeted his son and his family, then held his grandson in his arms and started playing with him. Despite all the happy family interaction of the room, none of these people noticed the shadow that was still standing in the room. The shadow looked at the family and the just-born baby. He smiled, then disappeared as if he never existed in the first place. When he came, no one was aware of his existence. As such, he left the same way. Not even the blowing wind or the dust in the ground could leave a trace of his presence or existence. The supreme elder who was playing with his newborn grandson suddenly proclaimed out loud, "From now, you shall be known as Wang Wei, meaning Great King." In fact, this name was average, but it also contains the great expectation that not only the Wang family, but the whole Tao opening sect had for this baby. "Father, what brings you out of seclusion?" "Well, me and the old fellows in the back of the mountain were woken up by the visions created by my lovely grandson." Wang Tian immediately thought of some time and hurriedly asked, Is there any decision? Yes, we have voted to make little Wang Wei the sacred son of the sect, and used all our resources to cultivate him so that he could fight for heaven will this generation. Both Wang Wei and his wife were immediately excited after hearing this news. They knew exactly what those words meant. Their sons will have access to all the resources and support of the sect. You know, a big sect like the Dao Opening sect has countless resources. As such, there are many interest groups that control these resources. Although their Wang family is the strongest one among them, they could not control the whole sect by themselves and decide who all the resources went to. In fact, if you think about it clearly, this decision actually makes a lot of sense. The Dao Opening sect has not cultivated a new emperor for millions of years. Furthermore, there are rumors in the world that the maximum number of great emperors that a single force or group could have was 9. Afterward, Heavenly Dao would put a curse on said group to prevent the birth of a 10th emperor. As it turns out, the Dao Opening sect has reached this maximum number. Afterward, no matter what the sect does, no matter what price they paid, it could not cultivate another emperor. Millions of years have passed since then. The Dao Opening sect has helped many other emperors in their rise and accumulated countless resources and background, but they never had one of their own. Wang Wei's father was the person that came closest to break this curse. Unfortunately, he was unlucky. To be precise, his whole generation was unlucky. In a brief moment, these countless thoughts flashed in Wang Tian's head. Then, he thought of something else and worriedly asked his father. But, Father, Wang Wei does not have a special physique. Although his soul is special, he would face a lot of setbacks. Both Wang Tian and his wife had already checked their son's body the moment he was born. So they knew that he had a very powerful and mysterious soul, but not a special physique. Wang Wei's grandfather responded nonchalantly, "Don't worry about this. I have already discussed with these old guys. They agree for little Wei to cultivate the ancient desolate body refining scripture, to make up the gap with other heaven-chosen born with special physique." Hearing this, both Wang Tian and his wife were shocked. His wife hurriedly said, "But father-in-law, the ancient desolate body refining scripture, is a very hard technique to cultivate. Few people can get started, let alone cultivated to great accomplishment." Suddenly, a supreme pressure came out of Wang Wei's grandfather and he said in a cold and ruthless tone, "So what? The path of the emperor is ruthless, harsh, and full of despair. If little Wei could not even get through this small difficulty, then it's a joke to talk about bearing heaven will." Both parents sighed helplessly. They knew that the supreme elder was right. They shut their mouth and never mentioned this topic again. They started enjoying their family life and looked forward to the future. Suddenly 8 years passed. In a mountain path, there was a child walking upward with a few people walking behind him. From their behavior, you easily distinguish the fact that they were servants. The young child was quite cute and lovable. The only thing odd about him were his eyes. His eyes were full of vicissitude, wisdom, and maturity that was beyond his age. This child was Wang Wei. All Wang Wei remembered after being swallowed by that white light was he was constantly spinning, then he was a baby with 3 giants looking at him. As he walked the mountain, Wang Wei started reminiscing about the past 8 years. After being born, he took just a couple of days to learn the language. Then from the conversation he heard from his father, mother, and maid, he learned about this world. Then after a few months, he started walking and talking properly. He thought by doing so, he would be a genius and be praised, but he thought too much. Although he was far ahead of his peers in the sect, all he got were a few non-worthy remarks, and that was it. Later, he learned that there were little sages born in this world. The moment that they were born, they could walk and talk. They knew many truths in this world and could enlighten others. His little achievement was not so rare. Later, Wang Wei plunged into the sect's library and learned about the world. Although Wang Wei already knew that this was a world of cultivation, but he was still shocked and excited when he truly came in contact with it. Cultivation in this world is divided into 10 realms: body refining, divine sea, divine altar, supernatural, divine body, primordial spirit, void shatter, saint, and supreme. After arriving in the supreme realm, all the qualified heaven chosen would battle it out. The winner will carry heaven's will, prove their Tao, and become a great emperor. As such, in every generation, there could only be one great emperor. The winner becomes supreme, while the loser gets nothing. And what is a great emperor? Great emperor means that you are above all myriad beings. It means you escape the shackles of life and death, and thus, is immortal. Great emperors have infinite lifespan, while supremes could at most live to 1,000,000 years. This means that whatever force, sect, religion, empire that cultivate a great emperor, they would be in charge of the whole world for a period of time. Of course, things are not as simple as stated. Every emperor would disappear after a while and give way form the next generation. Even if some of them had the ambition to rule the world forever, they never succeeded. Who knows what happened to them and where they went? The water in this world is quite deep. Chapter 6. Wang Wei walked up the mountain toward the sect master hall while pondering all the information he gathered about this world. As soon he learned about cultivation, he immediately decided he must be the bearer of heaven will in this generation. As a member of the Traverser group, of course, he must go to the peak. Among all his fellow villagers, who among them did not become supremely powerful, marry a beautiful or multiple immortal wives, and become a winner in life. One of the most satisfying things for Wang Wei was his powerful background. He is the son of the sect leader of the Tao Opening Sect, one of the most powerful sects in the Qilin Central Continent. You know, among the 5 continents, the Qilin Central Continent is the most powerful, the most competitive, and one with the most spiritual qi and the most emperor lineage. Emperor lineage refers to sects or groups that cultivate a great emperor. Wang Wei later learned that even his mother's family was also an emperor lineage. So, when it comes to background, few people could compare to him. Despite all of this, Wang Wei did not become arrogant and complacent. In fact, all the halos he was born with just motivated him to perform better while under pressure. After all, there were so many expectations of him. Today, he was going to have a meeting with all the upper level of the sects in order to take his first step in his path of emperor. When Wang Wei arrived in the meeting hall, many people were here waiting for him, including his father. Wang Wei looked at the elders, then his father. At this moment, his father was not the lovey-dovey father he was used to seeing at home, but a powerful cultivator who dominated a great sect. He was quite domineering, Wang Wei quietly admired. When Wang Wei arrived, everyone concentrated on him, and the atmosphere in the room became quite tense. Although these people did not release any forms of aura, it was quite scary to be stared at by them. After all the people in the room have powerful cultivation levels and have great status in the world. Can any ordinary person withstand being stared at by them? In fact, Wang Wei noticed that there were quite a few powerful divine consciousness paying attention to this meeting. Most likely to be his grandfather and the supreme elders in the cottage in the back of the main mountain. In fact, because of his powerful soul, Wang Wei had many weird and extraordinary talents. One of which is to be able to notice divine consciousness despite not having started cultivating. Wang Wei's powerful soul was one of his greatest and main reliance to proclaim himself emperor. However, he knew that this alone was not enough. However, despite the little test of the elders, Wang Wei was quite calm. In his past life, he had trained himself to maintain a poker face when meeting with his boss. "Young master, why did you call all of us for this meeting?" said the great elder of the formation hall. The reason he spoke first was that he was the closest to Wang Wei during the past 8 years. Not just him, but the great elders of Refining Hall, Alchemy Hall, and Talisman Hall. Wang Wei had spent the majority of his time studying with them, so they were quite close. Wang Wei started studying these professions mainly to accomplish a great plan that would be extremely important in laying his foundation for his future. So, he became quite close with the people of these halls. After walking in the room, Wang Wei bowed and said, "Hello, sect master, great elders and elders. I have called you today to ask for help." After saying that, Wang Wei paused a moment, adjusted his state, pondered his words carefully and continued. After spending many years reading stories about the legendary deeds of countless great emperors, I started to ask myself, what is the main trait necessary for one to become a great emperor? After hearing Wang Wei's words, the people listening to him were surprised. To them, the young master was a snotty-nosed brat that did not even reach the appropriate age to start cultivating. And yet, he was talking about the greatest realm that a cultivator could reach in their lives. Although they felt absurd, they did not interrupt him and let him continue. Then Wang Wei's only voice echoed in the hall. Does it require great talent to be an emperor? No, there have been many emperors with mediocre talent that defeated many heaven-chosens and succeeded the throne. If not talent, then maybe resources? No, there have been quite a few emperors that were loose cultivators. By relying just on themselves, they acquired countless resources and took the throne from others with much more abundant background than them. Powerful cultivating scriptures and Tao technique? Still no, many emperors have relied on ordinary scriptures and technique. Then, by their own effort, elevated these scriptures into emperor-level scriptures. Maybe hard work is the key? What a joke! Without hard work and dedication, no cultivator would ever reach sainthood in their life, let alone bear heaven will. Cultivating is like sailing a boat. Without going forward, then you are going backward. Then the answer is possibly luck? But luck is illusory and destined by heaven. We cultivators cannot yet affect the ways of heaven. So what is the answer? In my opinion, the answer to this question is an unbreakable Tao heart. Having a firm Tao heart means that no matter what defeat, despair, and pain you encounter, you could still move forward. A firm Tao heart means that no matter the obstacle, you have a mind to pursue the great truth of the Tao. Cultivating is like sailing in a sea of bitterness. The body is the boat, the soul is the sail, the cultivation is the wind, but the Tao heart is the compass that leads to the other shore. Cultivating is a path of defying heaven. Without a grand and encompassing Tao heart, how can one bear heaven will and proclaim themselves emperor? After finishing his speech, a grand and mighty aura came out of Wang Wei's body. Behind him, you could see a gigantic figure that vaguely resembled him looking down at myriad beings bowing to him. He was powerful and majestic. Unfortunately, the figure was quite illusory and soon faded away. The people in the room and the ones secretly watching saw that figure were shocked. Then they were very excited. They knew what that shadowy figure meant. This was the sign of a young emperor. Although Wang Wei had not fully condensed this figure yet, the fact that he had the potential was more than enough. What is a young emperor? That is someone that displayed the quality and abilities of the great emperor before they reached the realm. The title of young emperor cannot be given to just anyone. You know, the majority of great emperors did not have this title when they were young. And those who did, once they prove the Tao and bear heaven will, they will become legends among emperors. You know, among great emperors, there are differences between weak and strong. Of course, being a young emperor does not necessarily mean that you will become an emperor. It just means that you will be one of the main contenders, that's all. As such, for the Tao opening sect, the young emperor talent displayed by Wang Wei gave them a lot of confidence. After all, they were betting a lot for this generation heaven's will. Chapter 7. After being shocked with the illusory image behind Wang Wei, the room became quiet. The people pondered the young master's word. Many of them have spent countless years cultivating, yet they could not grasp such profound truth. Yet an 8-year-old with no cultivation realized something they spend their whole life pursuing. Many of the elders became enlightening, their state of mind greatly improved. It is estimated they will soon make some progress in their cultivation. The person who benefited the most was Wang Wei's father, Wang Tian. After hearing his son's word, he suddenly understood his next path. Afterward, the supreme sword intent that emanated from him disappeared. He became just like an ordinary person. The sect master reached the state of returning to natural. When the elders and great elders noticed the situation of the sect master, they all stood up and saluted. Congratulations, sect master, for getting one step closer to the realm of supreme. That's right, Wang Wei's father has a saint realm cultivation, and now he is one step away from the supreme realm. At that time, people will have to refer to him as true monarch. just like every other Supreme Realm powerhouse. However, that's still for the future. After hearing these congratulations, Sect Master Wang laughed heartily and waved at them to be excused. Fellow elders, you do not have to be polite. One day, all of you will have the same chance as me. The elders nodded politely and wryly. They knew that the sect master was just being polite. How many people are stuck in the realm of saint for the rest of their lives? Not everyone has the qualification to attack the supreme realm, especially because of what happened in their generation. There may be a glorious time coming in this generation's heaven will, but they were the ones who paid the price to create such an era. They all sighed and removed the negative thoughts out of their mind. Wang Wei also noticed the change in his father and he was quite happy for him. Soon after, Sect Master looked at his son with satisfaction and said, "Good son, good son, good son, Wire, since you can notice the importance of Tao Heart, what are you going to do about it?" Sect Master Wang knew that his young son had a very detailed and methodical mind. Since he brought it up, he must have some sort of plan. Hearing his father's words, Wang Wei was excited and quickly took a bunch of drawing from a ring on his finger. This was a space ring with a large interdimensional space inside that he could put things in it. This ring was a birthday gift he received when he was 5. This ring was special because it did not require any energy to open it, just thought. Wang Wei walked to his father and elders and presented them with a drawing. The purpose of the drawing was to create a pagoda with many layers. In each layer, there would be a powerful illusion designed to polish a person's Tao heart. After seeing the design and hearing Wang Wei's explanation, the upper level of the Tao opening sect were shocked at the ingenious idea behind this design. Then they began to ponder the possibility and resources needed to build such powerful magical artifacts. Our refining hall should be able to build such an artifact with the help of the formation hall. However, we would need someone who cultivated the Tao of illusion to a very high level to bring out the maximum potential of such a weapon. How about contacting the Eternal Dream sect in the southern Vermilion continent? They always had a good relation with our Tao opening sect. No, the Eternal Dream sect focused more on Dream Tao. Illusions are just a minor path for them. Furthermore, it is best to keep such a thing private for a while, lest our enemies use despicable means to hinder us. Although we are not afraid, it is better to be low-key before finishing refining the pagoda. Suddenly, Wang Wei intervened and said, "It is better to invite the matriarch of the Fox Demon clan. She is a true monarch that reached the peak on the Tao of illusion. Although she is powerful, the Fox Demon clan only have her to rely on and they are not doing too well in the Demon clan. As long as we promised her to protect her clan, she will gladly help us." Hearing Wang Wei's suggestion, the elders felt that this proposition had a great probability of being realized. They were not surprised with Wang Wei's word. Throughout the years, the elders had long realized that their sect young master was far matured for his age and was a man of great wisdom. Suddenly, someone moved and attracted the attention of everyone else. It was the great elder of the punishing hall. As the name suggested, she was in charge of punishing the disciples of Tao opening sect that broke the rule. She was a beautiful woman with great power given the fact that she was essentially the law enforcer of the sect. She was also a person with a detailed and meticulous mind. There are rumors circulating in the sect that she was romantically entangled with the sect master when they were young. However, no one dared to talk about these gossips in public due to fear of her power. The punishing hall great elder said, "We should probably notify the supreme elders. After all, if we succeed in making this polishing Tao heart pagoda, all of the members of the sect will benefit from it." After hearing great elder Yen Mai's word, they immediately realized something. Yes, after making this magical treasure, it would become a treasure that further increases the foundation of the Tao opening sect. All the disciples, whether outer, inner, and core disciples, could use the pagoda to establish their own firm Tao heart. From now on, the Tao opening sect will be able to cultivate heaven chosen with very powerful Tao heart. Even if they could not compete for the heaven will, as long they could assist the young master on his journey. Heck, even the people in this room will greatly benefit if the pagoda reaches a certain level as a magical artifact. Afterward, All the people directly looked at sect master Wang Tian, who immediately afterwards spread his divine sense a few miles away and started communicating with his father. Soon, he excitedly said, "The supreme elders are leaving the cottage. They will personally oversee the refining of the pagoda." Hearing this, all the great elders and elders were excited. Their Dao opening sect is about to make great moves that will shock the entire world. Chapter 8. Few months have passed since Wang Wei had a meeting with the upper management of the sect. Soon after the meeting, the supreme elders, which all had the cultivation level of supreme realm, quietly left their place of retreat. This was actually world-shaking news. In the last generation, for some reason, the path of supreme was entirely cut off. No matter how powerful or heaven-defying a heaven chosen was in the last generation, no one could enter the realm of supreme. This was the reason that Wang Wei's father was still in the realm of saint. As for Wang Wei's generation, many of the heaven chosen have just been born and have not even started cultivating yet. And if they have, they are in a low-level realm. In fact, many of them have not even proven to the world they can gain the title of heaven chosen. The reason people already called them that is because once they were born, many heaven phenomena appeared just like Wang Wei. Furthermore, many people born with a special physique appear at the same time all over the world. Especially people with special bodies in the 3,000 heaven physique list. This was a list certified by Heavenly Dao itself. What's even more shocking is that 2 of the top 3 physique already appeared. Throughout the history of the myriad emperor plane, the appearance of one of the top 3 physiques was rare enough, let alone 2 appearing at the same time. As a precedent, once that happens, it can only mean one thing. The 3 top physiques will be born at the same time and a glorious time will be born. The fight for heaven will be a fierce one. Heaven chosen will be everywhere like dogs. As such, the emperor created in this era will be a very powerful one. Coming back to the topic. The appearance of the supreme elders brought a shock to the world since they technically have not seen a supreme realm for close to 2 generations. Although the supreme elders tried to be as low-key as possible, when the Dao opening sect started searching for some rare and precious materials, the powerful groups of the world sent their spy agencies to acquire news. These sects did not find specifically what the Dao opening sect was doing, but they still got some news. Furthermore, when the supreme realm powerhouse of the Fox Demon clan moved the whole clan to a domain that belonged to the Dao opening sect, the whole world knew that something big was happening. After a few months of work, the polishing Dao Heart Pagoda was successfully refined. The only reason it took such a short time was due to the fact that many supreme realm powerhouses worked together as a team. And it turned into a quasi-emperor artifact. Wang Wei learned from the library that weapons in this world were divided into 7 ranks: profound, earth, heaven, saint, supreme, quasi-emperor, and emperor. In fact, there is another rank called immortal weapons. According to the information in the library, immortal weapons are more powerful than quasi-emperor, but far inferior to emperor weapons. After seeing this, Wang Wei went and asked his father about immortal weapons, but his father quickly shushed him and told him never to talk about these unless he reached a certain level. From what Wang Wei observed the past few years, anything related to immortal seemed to be a taboo or some sort of open secret that you have to reach a certain level of cultivation and status to know. In the end, Wang Wei had to sigh that the waters in this world were indeed deep. The reason that the polishing Dao Heart Pagoda reached the level of quasi-emperor instead of the supreme tier has to do with Wang Wei. At an early age, Wang Wei discovered that illusion had little to no effect on him because of his mysterious soul. So, to make sure that the pagoda had an effect on him, when it was being refined, he released a small part of his soul in it. Thus, after passing the heavenly tribulation, the pagoda reached the level of quasi-emperor, which surprised many people. Today was the day that the pagoda opened. Wang Wei stood in front of it with an excited face. There was a little fat boy standing half a step behind him. This boy's name was Li Jun. He was Wang Wei's only true brother in the Dao opening sect. Li Jun's life in the Dao opening sect was somewhat of a tragedy. The polishing Dao Heart Pagoda was his only chance to change his future. So, He stood there with a look of determination on his little chubby face. Soon, the pagoda started working. Wang Wei, Li Jun, and many core disciples entered and started their journey. As for the inner and outer disciples, they have to wait for their turn. In the first layer of the pagoda, Wang Wei found himself in a vast and endless desert. His body looks and feels ordinary. Despite the fact that Wang Wei is 8 years old, his original body was as strong as an Olympian athlete in his previous life due to all heaven and earth treasure he consumed daily. Even the milk Wang Wei drinks every day is from a powerful beast with high cultivation. All of these is to lay a solid foundation for his future cultivation. Only emperor-level forces can afford the resources to train true heaven-chosen like Wang Wei. However, in this pagoda, Wang Wei's body is quite ordinary, and even a little malnourished. But he did not care. He knew this was part of the test. He packed the little food and water he was given. After inspecting his body, Wang Wei began to walk in a direction. He walked for 12 hours straight. Soon he became thirsty and hungry. He took a bite of his bread, drank a little water, and continued his journey. 3 days passed, and Wang Wei continued walking without direction. His clothes were tattered, his shoes were already burned by the heat of the desert sands, and his feet were full of blisters. His body was full of both burn marks from the overbearing heat of the sun and frostbite from the cold wind of the desert night when the temperature dropped below freezing point. For some reason, the amount of food he had never increases or decreases, just the right amount to keep him alive, nothing more and nothing less. At this point in time, Wang Wei became quite delirious. There was a voice in his head constantly telling him to give up. It was telling him that he was the future sacred son of the Tao opening sect, that he was born noble. He did not have to go through such pain and suffering. Many times he wanted to listen to that voice, many times he wanted to quit or even kill himself to end this misery. But every time he would think of his mother, father, and grandfather. He would think of the expectation that the sect had of him. He would think about his goals of one day bearing heaven will and proclaiming himself emperor. He gritted his teeth and continued. Soon, 7 days passed. Wang Wei's body was slowly falling apart. He was so skinny that his clothes became loose on him. Underneath his shirt, you could not even distinguish between his skin and his ribs. His arms were so thin that you could use it as a ruler. The skin underneath his foot has been burned off. You could only see his muscle oozing out blood with every step, leaving a trail of blood, hardship, and misfortune. Wang Wei's body was simply not functional anymore. He was moving simply by his sheer will and determination. Despite all this, he continued his walk forward. Not even death itself could stop him. Meanwhile, outside of the pagoda, the elders and disciples were shocked. There was a formation that showed what was happening inside the pagoda for the rest of the people to watch. The result of many of the disciples were quite abysmal. Few were able to last more than a couple of hours. The best result so far was the rank first contemporary sacred son, which lasted 3 days. 2 people lasted the longest, 7 days. One of them was of course Wang Wei, the other, surprisingly, was Li Jun. Chapter 9. Outside the pagoda, in the clouds. The sect master, great elders, and elders stood there, floating in the air, talking with each other. Great Elder Li Jiang, I did not expect your family to have such a potential genius, said one elder. Although he was complimenting the great elder, you could tell from his tone that he was being sarcastic. Another elder said, it seems that your Li family almost missed a heaven chosen. The conversation between the elders in fact involved the internal contradiction and competition of the Tao opening sect. The great elder Li Jiang was in fact in charge of the Hall of Resources. This hall, as the name implies, involved distributing resources to all the disciples and elders of the sect. Whether it was the distribution of pills, talisman, weapons, or selecting a cultivating cave full of spiritual energy, they all fall in the jurisdiction of the Hall of Resources. The Li family was in charge of the Hall of Resources for this generation. As a matter of fact, the Tao opening sect is currently divided into 4 parts, the Wang, Yan, Li family, and the sectarian side. The Dao opening sect had 9 emperors, 4 from the Wang family, 2 from the Li family, 2 from the Yan family, and 1 from disciples recruited outside of the families. As a result, there are many contradictions and competition between the 4 parties. Li Jun is in fact the young master of the Li family, and great elder Li Jiang is actually his father. However, Li Jun's life in the Li family is not very well. There is a glorious time coming in the world, and many of the 4 groups have talented people to nurture to represent them in the grand stage that is about to come. However, the Li family does not, well, at least the main branch of the family does not. Li Jun, as the sole heir of the Li family, was not born extraordinary. Although Li Jun's talent is good if he were placed on the lower planes, he would be a heaven-defying genius, but in the myriad emperor plane, in this glorious times coming, he is simply insignificant. As such, his life in the family is quite hard. Although he still receives all the training and resources necessary, he has no status. Even the servants in his house always gave him a cold look. What's even worse is that when the kids from the Li family branch bullies him, and no one comes forward to stop them except for his mother. As such, Li Jun's evaluation in the family is someone that is not worth training. His life only got better after he started hanging out with Wang Wei. So, you could imagine the shock the elders had after seeing his performance in the pagoda. Great elder Li Jiang blushes with shame upon hearing the others' comments. How would he know his son has such a powerful will? Although he always feels bad for his son, as the patriarch of the family, he is trained from birth to put the well-being of the entire family before the need of the individual, even when it comes to his own blood. Of course, Li Jiang is not a completely heartless and terrible father. He tried his best, otherwise Li Jun would not have received as much resource as he did now. The noble families like the Li and Wang are ruthless. They do not raise anyone who has no value. Back to the pagoda. After 8 straight days, Li Jun's body collapsed in the desert and he was sent out the pagoda. His body was in fact in perfect shape, as the pagoda trials are just powerful illusions. But when Li Jun was sent out, he was still immersed in the trial. As soon as he got out, he started screaming, "Water! Water! I need water!" His father, who was in the cloud, instantly appeared before his son and fed him some water. Afterward, Li Jun passed out and was taken away by the great elder. Soon, many murmured of the disciple began to spread throughout the venue. Was that Li Jun who passed the trial? Yeah, that was him. But I thought he was a waste. Now, I just saw him perform better than the contemporary sacred sons. SHH, don't talk about these kinds of things if you want to mix in the sect. Conversations like these were happening everywhere in the sect. The people most affected by these rumors were the contemporary sacred sons. In the Dao opening sect, the disciples were divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. The top 10 core disciples were referred to as contemporary sacred son. They compete with each other and the winner will win the status of sacred son. What is a sacred son? The sacred son represents the future sect master of the Dao opening sect. It represents having most of the resources of the sect at your disposal. The sacred son status is second only to the sect master and the great elders of different halls. The sacred son even has the right to mobilize the elders, which are all in the saint realm when necessary. As such, many disciples are competing for the status of the sacred son. In fact, Wang Wei was designated as the sacred son the moment he was born, but this news was not announced yet. Although this was unfair to these disciples, this is how things are in a sect controlled by powerful groups. Of course, things are not as simple as stated. When Wang Wei becomes the sacred son, he has to prove to the contemporary sacred sons and all the other disciples that he deserved such title. Otherwise, his status would be nothing but empty air. So, a fight is imminent between Wang Wei and them sooner or later. Although Li Jun escaped the pain and misery of the desert, Wang Wei did not. Soon, 13 days passed and Wang Wei was still walking. All people could see on the screen outside of the pagoda was a skeleton with worn-out clothes walking in the endless desert. Soon, the skeleton's body started to decompose into the tiniest of sand particles blowing away by the desert wind. Wang Wei was ejected out the pagoda after a 13 days arduous journey of non-stop walking. It took Wang Wei a few moments to process the fact that he had escaped the endless desert. In this brief moment, a great change had occurred to Wang Wei. In his mature and wise eyes, you could notice an iron will of determination. A will that could make even the most ruthless man tremble. A will that could inspire courage, dedication, and foolish bravery to all his allies. A will that could install fear in the heart of his enemies even if he was the devil itself. After Wang Wei regained his composure, he scanned at all the disciples that were looking at him. Everywhere his eyes went, the majority of the people put their head down out of fear, while the rest looked at him with reverence. Soon afterward, Wang Wei passed out and started to fall down. However, before he hit the ground, his father appeared out of nowhere, caught him and immediately left. Chapter 10. In a mountain floating in air, there was a very large residence made entirely out of wood. The houses were separated by equal distances. If you look at it from high above, you would notice that they make some kind of natural geometric pattern. The vast spiritual energy engulfed the entire mountain in the form of mist, bringing a touch of ethereal and immortal-like atmosphere. All the people in this mountain were dressed in a material like silk robe that is perfectly tailored to their body shape and size. This place is the main house of the Wang family, where Wang Wei and his family live. Inside the main hall, sect master Wang Tian and his wife were standing together, looking at their young son who was still in a coma. Wang Wei's mother said worryingly, "Why do we have to look at our son suffering like this? He's only 8 years old." The sect master sighed and responded, "This is the path that he chose. Since he embarked on this road, all we could do is to support him all the way through." Wang Wei's mother hugged her husband and started crying silently. It took 3 days before Wang Wei woke up. He was a little scared afterward. Although he was the one who designed the tests, the specifics of the trials were left for the elders to decide. Wang Wei spent half a month adjusting his emotions and daily life. During this time, he reinforced his drive and ambition to walk the path of the emperor. Afterward, he went to find Li Jun to enter the second trial. When Wang Wei saw Li Jun, his face was glowing with excitement. The look on his face conveyed the fact that his life was quite happy the past few days. Looking at the shady look on your face, your life should have been moist after the pagoda trial. Big brother Wang Wei, what do you mean by shady? That is the face of beauty and success. Heh, Wang Wei smirked, then proceeded to smack his head. Kid, do not be too happy yet. We live in a world where the strong preys on the weak. The only time people are interested in you is when they find you valuable. Do you think passing the first layer of the pagoda is enough for the whole Li family to completely value you? Remember, in this world, only strength, only results will give you the status and honor you desire. After hearing Wang Wei's words, Li Jun immediately recovered from his excitement. As his big brother said, the result he has accomplished now is not enough for him to change his situation. Now, things look all good, but that was the result of the recent hype of the pagoda trial. Once the hype disappears and he has not made new results, although his life would improve slightly, but it would not completely raise his status in the clan. After pondering these issues, he converged his excitement and asked, "Big brother Wang Wei, when are we executing our big plan?" Wang Wei looked at him and said, "Wait until you pass the pagoda trials and survive the Spirit Road trial 7 years later, then we will start our plan." Li Jun nodded and then he became reserved just like he used to be. Noticing the change in temperament of his little brother, Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction while heading to the pagoda. As he walked toward his destination, Wang Wei started thinking about the day he met and became friends with Li Jun. At that time, he was 3 years old. He had just awakened a new ability. When he was 3 years old, Wang Wei discovered that his eyes could see an illusory dragon on top of people's head. The dragons were of different size and color, the colors being red, orange, yellow, gold, and purple. Even he himself had a purple dragon above his head. After awakening this ability, he searched in the library and learned that this was a manifestation of luck. In this world, luck is a real and observable thing. As such, The color of the dragon determines the level of luck someone has, with red being the worst and purple gold being the highest. In fact, not everyone has a dragon that represents luck. According to the knowledge he acquired, luck is divided into carp fish, snake, flood dragon, and true dragon. The majority of cultivators have the luck of a snake, as having the chance to cultivate itself is a manifestation of luck. In this vast world, there are trillions of mortals or ordinary people. Out of these people, probably only 1 out 100 billion can have the talent to cultivate. Among these people, the cultivator who can get the title of Heaven Chosen has at least a golden dragon of luck. As for the highest purple golden dragon, no one except for Emperor's direct descendants can be born with it. If you want to achieve such a level of luck, certain conditions are required to achieve. When Wang Wei learned about his power, he visited the whole sect to learn about how to use this power. After many days of observation, he noticed that when the luck dragon meets a more powerful one than itself, it is suppressed and becomes dormant. When it is excited, it means a person is going to have a fortunate encounter. When someone defeats another person in a fight, a part of the luck is transferred to the victor. Wang Wei noticed Li Jun because he was the only one among the direct descendants of the sects that had a red dragon. On that fateful day, Li Jun was besieged by a group of kids who were constantly beating him, even though he lied in the ground defenseless. The reason that Wang Wei noticed Li Jun was not because of him being bullied. In the sect, children's fights were secretly allowed. It was a way to develop the concept of strong prey on the weak at a very young age. In fact, Wang Wei himself beat a few children in order to establish his status as the boss. As a kid with the mind of an adult, Wang Wei can only secretly say that the process was quite enjoyable. The reason Wang Wei noticed Li Jun despite his red dragon luck was the determination he saw in his eyes and the fact that he did not fight back. You know, kids at their age had no cultivation or training in combat. And Li Jun, who was quite heavy at that time, had many advantages over these kids. So after the fight, Wang Wei approached him and asked him, "Why did you not fight back? What's the point of fighting back besides adding more unnecessary injuries to me?" After hearing Li Jun's word, Wang Wei immediately understood what he meant. Wang Wei had learned about Li Jun's situation and knew that his bullying had to do with his status in the clan. If he had a high status like Wang Wei, all he had to do was to beat a few kids to establish his dominance, then things would end. But in his case, after beating the kids, they would gang up on him and beat him more severely in retaliation. As such, being passive, he would not anger them and receive less injury. This was not an easy thing for a 3-year-old kid to realize. After all, circumstances and the environment has a major influence on people's growth, especially children. After noticing that Li Jun was different from other kids, Wang Wei said, "Well, kid, I like your wisdom and bravery. Follow me and be my little brother. In this sect, no one dares to bully my little brother." "Who are you calling a kid? Furthermore, as far as I am concerned, I am older than you. I should be the big brother." "What an interesting kid. In that case, let's settle this like everyone in the world does. Whoever has the bigger fist is the big brother." "Well, what you say makes sense." Afterward, they fought madly like kids, rolling in the dirty ground. In the end, Wang Wei had to rely on a few unsavory tricks to win. And Li Jun gracefully accepted his status as the little brother. Chapter 11. Soon, Wang Wei and Li Jun appear in front of the pagoda. There were many disciples already standing there participating in the second trial. Wang Wei enters without hesitation, followed by Li Jun and the others. Wang Wei found himself in a very dim and gray space. The earth underneath his feet lacked vitality, the air he breathed became stale. He stood there alone. He tried to talk. Although he could hear sound coming out of his mouth, there was no noise after his voice traveled less than a meter from him. The whole space exudes a bland, desolate, and lonely atmosphere. Wang Wei knew that this trial tested a person's ability to bear loneliness. After checking the environment, Wang Wei sat on the floor and started to meditate. In an instant, 9 days passed by. Wang Wei started to behave radically. In the past few days, he was alone in this deserted place without anyone to talk to or without seeing anything beside this desolate earth. After a while, Wang Wei began to panic. In this eternal silence, he heard the beating of his heart, he heard the sound of his blood flowing through every vein of his body, the contraction and relaxation of his muscle. He even heard the elasticity of his skin bouncing on the muscles underneath. After hearing all these phenomena that almost made him go crazy, Wang Wei decided to sing out loud to pass the time. Soon, 5 years passed. Wang Wei sang a song every day before going to bed. In this desolate place, only sleep can give some sort of comfort. Unfortunately, sleep soon became Wang Wei's nightmare. The past few days, Wang Wei became afraid of sleeping. He feared that once he slept, he would never wake up again. That the embrace of death would slowly envelop him, setting him on a journey of eternal sleep. So, he never sleeps again. As time passed, his state started to deteriorate. His voice was gone due to long-term abuse. He never slept due to fear. Another 10 years passed. Wang Wei was on the verge of madness. After spending more than 15 years in this place, he had enough. His clothes were all broken, his hair disheveled, and there were countless bruises on his body, particularly his arms. A few months ago, Wang Wei started disfiguring his body in order to feel his existence, in order to feel alive, in order to feel something. Every time he felt lost and lonely, or wanted to take away his own life to end his suffering, he would plunge his long nail on his body until blood gushed out. He knew that this was not a long-term solution, but that was the only way he could think of at the time. Meanwhile, outside the pagoda. Although 15 years had passed in the pagoda, only a few hours had passed by outside. All the people outside watched the testers slowly being driven to madness. People started to wonder whether these tests were too cruel. Another 5 years passed in the pagoda. At this point, Wang Wei was lying on the floor dying. It has been more than 15 years since he had a good sleep. His bodhi's function had deteriorated beyond repair. He has long lost any grasp of his mind. Now, even his memories are slowly fading away. He started to forget who he was. He forgot where he came from, what his grand aspirations were. The memories of his past life and his present life were slowly merging, yet slowly disappearing at the same time. He tried very hard to remember the face of his parents from both lives. Unfortunately, all he could remember were blurred images. Now, he was dying. Maybe all these things were no longer important. At his last moment before dying, Wang Wei started asking himself, "Why do I fear death so much? Since I decided to embark on the path of the emperor, then death will be a common thing for me. I will bestow death to all my enemies and to all my competitors. Also, I should expect these people to try to bring death to me. In the end, the victor will be crowned great emperor, achieve longevity and escape the cycle of life and death, while the loser will enter an eternal slumber, leaving all the pain and worries to the world of the living. Maybe in this world, death is nothing but another beginning, another journey. Whatever may be the case, there is no need to fear it. Life is already so painful, how worse can death be?" After Wang Wei had an epiphany, a wheel suddenly appeared on top of him. The wheel was half white and half black. You could see many souls standing in front of the wheel, their life and death being determined. This was the wheel of life and death. After being materialized, the wheel entered Wang Wei's body and slowly healed him. Afterward, Wang Wei fell asleep peacefully. Wang Wei's sleep lasted for 3 whole years. After waking up, Wang Wei felt young and vigorous. He felt refreshed and like a brand new self. Wang Wei also realized that he had an epiphany and understood a little bit about the Tao of life and death. Although this epiphany would not bring any benefit in the early stage of cultivation, it would greatly benefit him later on, especially when he enters the supernatural realm and acquires his innate supernatural power. That's when his understanding of the Tao of life and death would manifest itself. In fact, the second trial test of the pagoda is designed with the purpose of allowing the disciples to understand the concept of loneliness. The path of cultivation is a long, arduous, and lonely one. Many times while cultivating, you have to spend hundreds, thousands, and even hundreds of thousands of years secluded by yourself in meditation in order to understand the laws of heaven and earth. During those times, people who could not stand the loneliness will not go far in their path of cultivation. Additionally, the loneliness of the path of cultivation is more than that. As you grow more powerful, you will have to watch the people you know and love slowly leave you one by one. It may be because they are killed, or maybe their lifespan came to end before breaking to the next realm. As a cultivator, you may go into seclusion, wake up 1,000 years later, then realize that all your friends, family, and loved one have passed away due to limitations of lifespan. It is as if someday you wake up and find out that you are all alone. Everyone and everything you knew suddenly disappeared. You are the only person left in the world. This is one of the reasons that cultivators usually do not make friends with mortals. 100 years is a very short time for a cultivator, but a lifetime for a mortal. Imagine being a good friend with a mortal. One day, you went in seclusion for a few decades. When you come out, your friend is already old and decrepit, while you look exactly the same way when you first met. All you can do is watch your friend slowly dying. This is the reason that most cultivators will not intertwine with mortals, thus giving the impression that they are cold and indifferent. Another example of loneliness in the cultivating world is when the people you are close to give up cultivating because they could not stand the long and painful process. While you are slowly moving forward on your own path, your friend or relative has already given up. Now you are walking forward alone on your own. After Wang Wei woke up from his long sleep, he realized the true purpose of the trial. So, he started meditating every night, trying to reach a realm of replacing sleep with meditation. In the morning, he would review all the knowledge he had previously learned. He further fine-tuned the plan he had prepared for after the Spirit Road trial. The second trial of the pagoda involves both illusion and time domain. He wanted to use this to his advantage. After spending exactly 100 years in the pagoda, the trial ended and the remaining people were sent outside. Chapter 12. Wang Wei was sent out of the pagoda with all the other disciples. Each of them had benefited a lot after this trial. In fact, this time, the star of the second trial was not Wang Wei. It was actually Li Jun. All the core disciples have already started cultivated, so they are already used to the concept of loneliness. When they retreat in seclusion, although they will not spend hundreds of years, retreating for a few decades is quite common. As such, this trial did not have as much of an impact on them as mortals like Wang Wei and Li Jun. As for Li Jun, the reason that he shined the most in this trial was due to the fact that he was used to loneliness. In the Li family, beside his mother, no one would interact with him. Even his father, he would only see him at the dinner table. But then few words were exchanged between them. Li Jun was used to the cold, indifferent, and aloof eyes of the people around him. Loneliness was already a part of his daily life. So, in this trial, after a few years adapting to the environment, he soon adjusted his emotion and tried to make the most of the time he had. Li Jun knew that the plan that his brother had made for both of them was the only chance to fundamentally change his destiny. However, this plan requires a tremendous amount of resources. With the status of his big brother, the elders of the sect were willing to spend it on Wang Wei, but they were not willing to do it for him. It was his brother who insisted that he needed a powerful general to support him in the fight for heaven will. As such, the elders agreed to invest resources on him. However, many people were dissatisfied. They could not complain about his big brother, but they could place their dissatisfaction on him. As such, Li Jun knew that the pagoda trial was his only way to prove to the sect that he was worth the resources that they would invest on him. So, the better his performance on the trials are, the better and more secure his future will be. After adjusting their mind and spirit for a few days, Wang Wei, Li Jun, and the other disciples returned to the pagoda for the third trial. The third trial can be considered one of the harshest trials of the pagoda. The purpose of this trial is simple and quite straightforward. That is pain. In this trial, the testers will experience all kind of torture both to the body and the soul, and they simply have to endure it. Wang Wei was at loss on how to design this test at first, but then he simply modeled it after the Chinese 18 hell from his past life. After entering the pagoda, Wang Wei found himself bound by chains surrounded by a bunch of demons. On top of his head, there was a plaque with the word, Chamber of Tongue Ripping. Soon, Wang Wei learned the hard way what the meaning of these words represent. These devils used all kinds of means to cut out Wang Wei's tongue. Whether to attach chains to his tongue and pull it, or simply cutting it with a knife, or using this machine that slowly twists his tongue until it becomes deformed and unrecognizable. They went as far as burning his own tongue. What made Wang Wei more tragic is the fact that this torture never goes beyond his limits. As soon he could not bear the pain and was about to pass out, they would stop, then a new tongue would grow out so that the pain continued. It was as if they were slowly pushing his threshold of pain to a higher level. What's even worse, this torture also some spiritual aspect. Every time his tongue is ripped out, Wang Wei feels that he lost his ability to express himself out loud. Not just physically, but that he lost his determination to express his ideas, his philosophy, his views, and even his aspiration. All these were slowly being taken from him. As such, Wang Wei began to fight back. He cursed at these demons at every chance he got. Even if his tongue is no longer there, he still curses them inaudibly. No one could take his voice away from him. In the second layer of hell, the Chamber of Scissors, Wang Wei experienced the pain of having all his fingers being cut one by one. He felt a part of himself was forever taken away, that without being whole, he will never amount to anything in life. However, he refused to believe such a thing. Only he himself determined his own worth. In the third layer of hell, the Chamber of Iron Cycads, Wang Wei experienced being hung by iron trees. The trees would penetrate his body, then impale all the organs they come in contact with. His screams echoed throughout the chamber for hours without end. In the fourth layer of hell, the Chamber of Mirrors of Retribution, Wang Wei was shown his true self through a mirror. In this mirror, he saw that he was a powerful emperor, but in order to sit in that throne, he was willing to do absolutely anything. He killed millions upon millions of people. He sacrificed the sect that raised him. And even his parents could not escape his greed for power. Thousands of worlds were destroyed and myriad races became extinct due to his mad thirst for power. In the fifth layer of hell, the Chamber of Steam, Wang Wei experienced being steam alive in a steamer. He watched as his insides were slowly liquefied by heat and steam. In the sixth layer of hell, the Forest of Copper Column, Wang Wei was placed on a burning copper column and experienced the pain of his skin burning off. In that layer, he could smell the burn-off scent of his skin. It smelled like overcooked street meat. In the seventh layer of hell, the Mountain of Knives, Wang Wei was forced to walk barefooted uphill a mountain full of sharp and pointy knives. Every step he took, his foot would be impaled, blood oozing out leaving a trail behind. He gritted his teeth and marched forward until he reached the top of the mountain. Then, he had to return the same way he came. He repeated the process 9 times before leaving. In the 8th layer of hell, the Hill of Ice, Wang Wei was left naked in a freezing hill. His body started shivering, his speech was slurred, his breathing became shallow. His skin became bright red, his consciousness was slowly fading, his body function dropped below the level of normal function. He laid on the floor in the fetal position trying to find some warmth and comfort. Even his ideas or memories of warmth and comfort were slowly fading away. As such, he tried to think about only happy thoughts, only happy memories with his loved one to pass through this trial. In the 9th layer of hell, the cauldron of boiling oil, Wang Wei experienced how it feels to be cooked alive with fried oil in a large cauldron. He even saw the demon in charge of this level secretly put some seasoning in the cauldron. What's even worse was that this process did not happen only once, but repeatedly. Throughout all these levels of torture, the only audible sound was the agonizing scream of Wang Wei that echoed through the chambers, conveying the unimaginable pain and suffering he had to endure. Unfortunately for him, he had only passed half of the torture in the 18th level of hell. Chapter 13. Outside of the pagoda, many disciples watched the second trial with shock. To them, This was pure masochism. Each disciple had to suffer such tragic torture. The majority just gave up after a few layers. In fact, Wang Wei had a clear purpose when designing this layer of the trial. Cultivators, in order to step into higher realms, have to go through heavenly tribulations. Starting from the supernatural realm, cultivators have to go through heavenly tribulation every time they cross a major realm. One of the reasons that many cultivators failed to pass these heavenly tribulations have to do with the fact that they could not bear the pain of lighting or heavenly fire when passing their tribulation. As such, they gave up and ended up dead. Additionally, the path of body refining requires one to bear a tremendous amount of pain. If you do not have a high pain threshold, then you will not have a great achievement in this path. Wang Wei has made great and far-reaching plans for his future cultivation. If these plans go well, he will have to bear a great deal of heavenly tribulation, probably even before stepping into the supernatural realm. Furthermore, he will also go in the path of body refining. As such, Wang Wei designed the third pagoda trial in order to physically and mentally prepare him for the future. Back in the pagoda, Wang Wei just entered the 10th layer of hell, the Chamber of Ox. In this layer, Wang Wei was abused by all kinds of animals. Some of them use their horns to impale him, some use a horde to trample on him until he turns into meat sauce on the ground. Some animals slowly ate his skin, then crawled inside his body to munch on his internal organs like some kind of expansive deluxe meal. Some tiny animals slowly crawl into his brain from his ear, then proceed to munch on his brain. Some use poison to slowly destroy his immune system. In the 11th layer of hell, the Chamber of Rock, Wang Wei had to hold a large rock on top of his head until his strength was exhausted. Then he would fall in a putrid water made of all the world's filth. This water was literally made of any filth imaginable. The water was so dirty that a drop of it could corrupt a person's soul. In the 12th layer of hell, the Chamber of Mortar and Pestles, the devil's force fed Wang Wei liquid lava. He had to experience the feeling of his tongue burning, then his esophagus melted. Afterward, his stomach and other organs were violently melted one by one. In the 13th layer of hell, the pool of blood, Wang Wei was stabbed in different parts of the body. These stabs were not fatal, but deep enough to allow his blood to flow out of his body. Then Wang Wei watched his life slowly fade away from him as more blood flew out of his body. This torture might not have been the most painful, but it was the most horrible. He had to watch his life slowly fading, yet he laid in the pool of blood helplessly and in despair. After this layer, Wang Wei vowed to never feel this despair and helplessness again. His desire to prove the Tao and proclaim himself emperor was further increased. He must transcend life and death. In the 14th layer of hell, the town of suicide, Wang Wei was constantly lashed with a whip. However, this was not a simple whip, but one that directly affected the soul. The soul is an illusory yet real thing in the world of cultivators. The soul is 100 times more fragile and sensitive than the physical body. As such, the pain to the soul can magnify 100 to 1,000 times of the body. In the 15th layer of hell, the Chamber of Dismemberment, Wang Wei experienced being hacked into pieces. Have you ever wondered what it feels like when your head is separated from your body? How about just your torso? Or how about all 4 of your limbs? How about watching it happening to none other than yourself? Well, Wang Wei finally knew the answer to these questions. At this point of the trial, Wang Wei had acquired a high threshold of pain. Recently, he learned a trick to reduce his pain. He managed to learn to control his body to the point of cutting his pain receptors in his body, thus reaching a state of not feeling any physical pain. However, this trick only applied to physical pain, not spiritual or soul-related pain. However, Wang Wei was not discouraged because of such minor inconvenience. As such, he took action to fix the problem. Instead of just experiencing pain, he started to ponder on the concept of pain. He hoped that he could be enlightened in the Tao of pain so that he could awaken an innate talent related to pain in the supernatural realm. One day, he would make his enemies experience 100-fold or more the pain he had experienced in this trial. In the 16th layer of hell, Mountain of Flames, Wang Wei was sent inside a hollow mountain. Then, the mountain would be slowly filled with lava. The terrible thing about this layer was the fact that the lava did not directly burn and kill him. No, it slowly cooked him. Then, the lava solidified and encased Wang Wei inside, thus killing him due to asphyxiation. Wang Wei had to experience the pain of not having air to breathe. His lungs screamed, trying to inhale the tiniest amount of oxygen to sustain itself. Without enough oxygen, his heart stopped beating, then a chain reaction occurred inside his body that led to the failure of all his other organs. Normally, after such an ordeal, a person will immediately die after a few minutes. But no. In this trial, Wang Wei stayed in this state for hours if not days. In that state, he could not even scream even if he wanted to. In the 17th layer of hell, the yard of stone mill, Wang Wei was placed on a stone mill, then slowly grinded like a blender until he turned into a bloody, savory and slurry milkshake. All his skin, muscle, organs, and bones were grinded into slushy. This process repeated itself many times over. In the 18th and final layer of hell, the chamber of saw, Wang Wei was sawed in half in many different ways. Whether horizontally, vertically, or obliquely, in this layer, his final result was to be separated into two. In this layer, Wang Wei even experienced the pain of cutting his soul into two or more parts. However, unlike when he first started, Wang Wei did not scream in agony. In fact, he did not scream at all. He gritted his teeth and bore the pain without making much noise. After the last layer, Wang Wei and the other contestants were sent out of the pagoda. In fact, the contestants had spent more than a month in the trial. Yet, the people outside stood watching in the formation screen without moving a single step. To these cultivators, a month was a very short period of time for them. When Wang Wei and the contestants who finished the whole trial were sent out, they received praise and worship from the other disciples, especially Wang Wei and Li Jun. This time, all the contemporary sacred son passed the trial, but the reason that many people paid attention to Wang Wei and Li Jun was due to their young age. Many people of similar age from the different families in the sect were allowed to take the trial, but only Wang Wei and Li Jun managed to finish and pass it. So, they received the most praise. Somewhere in the void, many of the secretary upper-level management were standing there and talking to each other. The great elder of the recruiting hall said, "Sect Master, I think we need to use this pagoda trial as a test to recruit disciples from now on." That's a great idea. Not just recruiting disciples, but also as an assessment from when they are promoted from outer disciples to inner and core disciples. We should apply a strict standard for each promotion. I don't know about this. This pagoda trial is a magical weapon that further increases the foundation of our sect. Is it really a good thing to make it available for free just like this? Then it can only be free for when recruiting new disciples. All the other disciples have to use sect points in order to be allowed to enter the pagoda. The contemporary sacred son can also enter for free, responded Sect Master Wang Tian. Afterward, all the elders agreed and started discussing the standard and point required by all the disciples to use the pagoda. With this new invention created by Wang Wei, the Dao opening became more lively with an increasingly more powerful foundation. As such, the sect is slowly leading to a more powerful and brilliant direction. Chapter 14. Wang Wei and the other contestants spent half a month to adjust themselves before they returned for the fourth trial of the pagoda. In this trial, Wang Wei forgot who he was and where he came from. In this trial, he was no longer the young master of the Dao opening sect, nor the traveler from Earth. No, now he was the emperor of the Great Xia Empire who ruled an extremely vast amount of land. His empire was prosperous. All common people had enough food to eat, proper clothes to shelter them from the winter cold, and enough reserve wealth to spend freely. The ministers were all loyal to the emperor. The generals who hold vast amounts of military power were loyal and had no desire to rebel. All the other foreign countries in the world worship Great Xia and dare not encroach on its border. They would send large amounts of taxes in the form of offering every year. What a beautiful and powerful country! And Wang Wei was in charge of such a prosperous country. In fact, all of these were his delusions. At this moment, the Great Xia Empire was actually on the verge of collapse. The majority of the land and wealth of the country were in the hand of the aristocrat family. Most of the officials were corrupted and fighting with each other for power. The court was divided between the head eunuch and the prime minister. These two people hold more than 90% of the capital's power. In the different prefectures, the local governors hold all the political power and control the city guards. On the border of the Great Xia Empire, the armies are loyal to their commanding officer and do not even recognize the emperor. As for the common people, their lives were more miserable than wandering street dogs. They had gone through many famines due to the recent drought. The government treated their lives as if they were more cheap than dirt in the slum. The aristocrats exploited them for their labor and gave them a small amount of food to support them long enough to continue working. The lives of the common people living near the border were even more miserable. The foreign countries who lust after the fertile land of the Central Plains have repeatedly attacked the Great Xia border. However, the border generals did not fight these invaders. Instead, they opened the gates and allowed them to kill, rape, and plunder their own people. After getting what they desired, the foreign race would leave and return back to their own country. As for the common people, well, who cares about them? In these situations, they have tried to revolt, but as soon as they start, the army would rush immediately to quell these rebellions. In these chaotic times, the people of Jiang who have become more unruly. Heroes of all kinds have risen and became famous for their martial arts. At the same time, many ambitious people soon noticed that the Great Xia Empire was about to be destroyed and began to prepare to proclaim themselves emperor and create a new dynasty. During all these you might ask, where is our beloved Emperor Wang Wei? Well, right now he is in the harem enjoying the touch of many beauties while still thinking that his empire is still prosperous and the greatest in the world. The main theme of this trial revolves around lust. Wang Wei spends every day with a different woman in his harem enjoying the pleasure of the flesh. All the women were exquisitely beautiful and practiced technique to charm people. There were many different kinds of women. The cold and aloof goddess, the charming and sensual demoness, the innocent girl next door, the maternal one that takes care of you, the one you just want to ravage with all your might. Any kind of woman that existed was in his harem. On top of that, they practice some very special techniques. These methods allow them to use their cultivation to lubricate certain areas of their bodies to ensure smooth penetration and maximum pleasure. Some practice techniques that connect the soul to ensure both spiritual and physical pleasure. Wang Wei spent all his time in his harem enjoying himself. Once in a while, he would check on the empire by asking his main eunuch how things were going. All the responses he received were always positive, so he never bothered to properly check. That was until his capital city was breached by rebels and all the guards and eunuchs in the place ran away. After that, the rebels broke into his harem and beheaded him. Wang Wei had failed his trial and was sent out of the pagoda. After exiting the trial, it took Wang Wei a brief moment to regain his composure and shake himself awake from the trial's illusion. Then he blushed red. Immediately afterward, a great horror enveloped him. This trial was quite scary. He completely immersed himself in all these lustful bliss, yet he also completely lost himself. If what happened in the trial was in fact in reality, could he have escaped? Wang Wei thought about it for a while and the answer he came up with was no. From what he knows, this trial was specially designed by the true monarch of the Fox Demon clan based on their race charm ability. So, the realism in this trial reached an unprecedented level. As such, it is literally possible for one of his future enemies to use the beauty trap on him one day. And if that was the case, his current self would probably fail for such a simple trap and his path of emperor would be cut forever. Wang Wei used to watch these shows in his past life of emperors who discarded their nation because of beauties in the harem. He would scoff at them thinking that they were weak-willed and unqualified. It was now that he faced the same situation that he knew the horror of the beauty trap. In fact, not all this failure is due to Wang Wei's weak will. Cultivating is in some way a form of evolution. As such, women with cultivation are extremely beautiful, especially compared to the women of Wang Wei's past life. Even the so-called stars could not compare with cultivators who have skin as white as the winter snow or as smooth as a baby's butt. Wang Wei has only lived in this world for 8 years. Although since birth he was surrounded by beauties, he has not fully adapted to the world yet. And those people did not use charm techniques on him. Furthermore, Wang Wei's mysterious soul is somewhat immune to these negative states. However, Wang Wei was not a complacent guy. What if someday his mysterious soul fails him? Or someone found a way to negate his immunity? Additionally, from his research he knew that his soul was not completely immune to these negative states, but just had high tolerance. As such, he designed the trial to try it out. And it turns out he was right to be cautious. After all, this involves his future road. How could he take it lightly? Chapter 15. After Wang Wei failed the 4th pagoda trial, he was not discouraged. Instead, he used this failure as a form of motivation. After he got home, he ordered all the female servants around him to learn charm techniques and use it on him 24/7. He spent a whole month with a bunch of beautiful women winking at him at every turn and calling him young master, with voices sweet enough to melt him like cotton candy. This entire month was both heaven and hell, seeing all the beauties at his disposal, yet he could only watch. And it was not just because he was only 8 years old. After a month of secret training, he returned to the trial. On his way there, he asked his head maid about what happened in the sect during this past month. Then he learned that a great deal of commotion had happened because of the 4th trial. According to his head maid, many people fail the test like him, but they just endured longer than him. Afterward, many people were infatuated with the girls in the trial and went there not to temper with their Tao heart, but to enjoy the pleasure of the flesh. Afterward, the elders were furious and sent out grave punishment to those who acted like this. They dictate a rule that a person's record in the trial should increase each time they enter the pagoda, otherwise they would be severely punished. Another news was that the sect decided to heavily award the Fox Demon clan for helping them realize that such a huge defect existed in their training of the sect's disciples. After learning the ups and downs of the sect this past month, Wang Wei sighed and entered the 4th trial of the pagoda for the 2nd time. The setting of the trial remained the same as last time, but this time it was different. Wang Wei did not lose himself in the bliss of the harem. He attended court meetings regularly and used his wisdom to start controlling the court. He used the foundation of the country to establish a secret guard to monitor not only the court, but also the whole world. He secretly raised a powerful army that is loyal only to him. Wang Wei spent less and less time in the harem. Unfortunately for him, this trial was not that simple. After the nation started to get back on track, Wang Wei believed that he could take a break and pay more attention to his harem. After a while, things just started to snowball out of control. He started to pay more and more attention to his harem. Although he had a sense of measure and still took care of the nation's affairs, one could easily distinguish what his priorities were. Soon, his political enemies plotted with one of his favorite concubines, and Wang Wei was poisoned and failed the trial for the 2nd time. For the next 2 months, Wang Wei spent the majority of his time in the 4th level trial. His will and resistance to charm increased exponentially. After the 2nd failure, Wang Wei once again went back on the trial. This time he did not place all his focus on his harem and managed his empire completely. However, the Great Xia Empire was dying and it was not an easy task to revive it. After placating his internal trouble, Wang Wei had to quell all the rebellion on his territory and defend against other countries from invading. As such, Wang Wei put on armor and went to war with his army. During his military exploits, he encountered a great variety of beautiful women. Unlike the women in his harem, these women do not focus on lust, but emphasize more on playing with emotion. Some of them awaken the greed for acquiring beauty on Wang Wei, some awake the desire to protect the weak and pitiful, some play the role of the passion between two people who are enemies but fell in love and decide to be together no matter the odds. The most dangerous situation he encountered was simply based on love. He met a woman who encompassed all the qualities that he desired in a mate: strong, powerful, independent, able to help in his cause, and extremely beautiful. She was the royal descendant of a long-destroyed kingdom. By the time she was born, her family heritage was mostly gone. They had no economic, political, or military power. In fact, her father was at some point contemplating selling her to the brothel for some cash. But she was not reconciled. She took matters into her own hands. She studied her family's inherited martial arts and became quite powerful. She established brothels all over the Great Xia Empire as a way to get money, but more importantly as a way to gather information. She secretly trained many powerful female warriors that are loyal only to her. She was what one would call a living legend. Wang Wei and her met when he was running away after being assassinated. He felt in love with her when she was nursing him back to health. Afterward, he placed all his attention on her and forgot his empire. He wished he could live in seclusion with her forever, to stay away from the secular world and all its trouble. Unfortunately, this trial was not a place for a lovey-dovey love affair. The women soon betrayed him by stabbing his heart from the back. Then she went on to blame his death on one of his enemies, then took over his army in the name of taking revenge for the emperor. She slowly took over the foundation that Wang Wei left over and went on many expeditions to quell the world. She established her own empire and named it Great Wei Empire to honor her dead husband. As for what happened to Wang Wei after his death, he turned into the form of a ghost and watched how the love of his life slowly built an empire on the ashes of his former one. However, Wang Wei soon noticed something wrong with his trial. After his failure due to love obsession, he soon re-entered the trial and reached the part where he met his former lover, but the person he met was completely different from the first person. Although the background and story was similar, the face and temperament were completely different. After asking around, he realized that he was the only person who had met two different people in the trial. So, Wang Wei knew that something beyond his comprehension must have happened. At this time, Wang Wei's intuition activated and warned that he will probably meet that woman in the future and in reality too. Moreover, he had a vague feeling that she would play a great deal of importance in his life. Chapter 16. In fact, there is a reason for Wang Wei to spend a whole 2 months on this trial, and it was not because of his failure due to betrayal of his love of his life. After the first failure, he immediately went back on the trial, and this time, things went quite smoothly. Upon entering, Wang Wei sent a decree to the harem to forbid anyone from using charm technique, otherwise they would suffer the consequences. And Wang Wei did just that. Anyone of his beautiful harem who tried to use charm technique on him would have their head beheaded directly by him. After stabilizing the internal trouble of the empire, he went on an expedition with his army. When encountering all these women who played with emotion, he would ignore them or offer them to his loyal officer for their merit to the empire. As for the ones who actually help him, he would offer them land, money, or nobility title as a way to repay the karma he had forged with them. When encountering his ideal woman again, he played her the same way she played him. After she tried to kill him, he executed her instead, then took over her foundation in the name of taking revenge for her. When the empire was stabilized, he crowned her the empress and had her buried in the royal tomb. He then dedicated a day for the whole nation to mourn for their empress and her sacrifice for the empire. After this part of the trial, Wang Wei learned a great deal of things. After spending so much time in these political games in the court, Wang Wei learned how to hide his emotion on his face and how to remain calm in the face of any situation. After meeting so many women designed to play with his emotion, Wang Wei learned to distinguish emotions based on micro-expression, especially the eyes and mouth, and went as far as developing a skill to notice the subtle soul fluctuation of a person to determine their emotion. Wang Wei benefited a great deal from this trial, but still did not pass yet. The reason for that was that there was a second part to this trial. One day, Wang Wei went to seclusion in order to break through to a higher level of martial art. While he was meditating, suddenly a pink cloud of gas rapidly enveloped the whole room without giving him the time to respond. The pink cloud gas entered his body and immediately began to work. He was suddenly aroused. All his other emotions were suppressed while leaving an unimaginable amount of desire and lust. All he could think about was how to vent all his energy. Soon, a great number of beauties of his harem entered his seclusion room. They were all without a single garment on them, thus revealing the temptation of their beauty, youth, and vigor. As soon as those women entered his room, a message was sent to Wang Wei's mind. If you touch even one of these women, your primordial yang will be sucked up and you will die a very miserable death. When he heard what entailed the second part of this trial, Wang Wei only had time to think, "Damn, I'm finished," before he lost consciousness and his body dried up like a 1,000 years old mummy, thus was evicted out of the pagoda for failing the trial. After being ejected out of the pagoda, Wang Wei took a moment to adjust his mind and think deeply. He was a little shocked this time because this was not part of his design when he created the pagoda. Someone else must have the idea of adding this part in the trial. Wang Wei was not angry due to the fact that someone modified his trial. As a matter of fact, he was quite excited. He was not omnipotent, so it's normal to overlook certain things when making plans. Just like he overlooked the importance of aphrodisiacs. In his past life, aphrodisiacs were not scientifically proven, nor could the efficiency reach such an abnormal level. So, when Wang Wei was making plans for his future, he overlooked them. You know, Wang Wei had already made plans for poison for his future, but he still overlooked aphrodisiacs. This is the advantage of having a strong background. Not only can you have a large amount of resources, but also having people that are wise enough to make up for your own shortcomings. As a result, you will suffer less during your career or goals. Wang Wei expects that the future trial will not be as smooth as expected and many surprises await him. But he was quite excited for this. What's the point of knowing everything? Although Wang Wei is the kind of person who likes to be prepared, he also enjoys the excitement of the unknown. The reason he likes to be prepared is so that he could have a variety of ways to cope with situations when the unexpected happened. Wang Wei spent more than 2 months in the second part of the fourth pagoda trial. Every day, he would be poisoned with a strong aphrodisiac, then fight the temptation with his strong will. Although he failed many times, with each failure, his will grew stronger until he reached the standard for passing the trial. Soon after Wang Wei passed the trial, Li Jun followed too. When Wang Wei heard this news, he was shocked. He knew what kind of pain and suffering he had to endure to pass this trial. As an adult in the body of a child, he already had a firm will after living 2 lives. Yet, Li Jun spent almost the same amount of time as him. How could he not be surprised? After hearing the news, Wang Wei sent someone to get his head made as she was in charge of gathering information for him. Soon, she walked in the room and bowed. "Young master, you called?" "Yes, I heard that Li Jun passed the trial. Is that true?" "Yes." Young master Li Jun did pass the trial a few days after the young master. Wang Wei's brow frowned and looked pensive. It's not that Wang Wei is jealous or arrogant, but that Li Jun's rate of passing this trial was too quick. Wang Wei began to wonder whether his little brother was like a protagonist and had acquired some encounter that would soon make him rise. He said, "Do you have any information?" The head maid responded, "According to the information I received, young Master Li Jun acquired a large amount of aphrodisiac pills and swallowed them all at once, then locked himself in his room by himself to resist. When Great Elder Li Jiang found him, he was lying on the floor with blood all over his body with a single breath left. The Great Elder had to use a saint-level rejuvenate pill to save his life." After hearing his maid's explanation, Wang Wei understood how Li Jun managed to pass the trials so quickly. Li Jun knew that this trial was his way to change his destiny, so in order to pass the trial quickly, he placed himself in the line between life and death to temper his will. Every cultivator knows that there is a great horror between life and death. If one passes this horror, they will get great benefit. If they do not pass, they will die. Many people know this, but how many people are willing to put their life in danger? But it seems that this fact does not apply to Li Jun. This guy is truly crazy. In order to pass this test, he even played with his life. However, the results were astonishing. With this gamble, Li Jun's will was greatly tempered and he managed to pass the trials so quickly. Furthermore, Li Jun's cutthroat determination will elevate the sect's evaluation of him. Didn't you see that the Great Elder was willing to use a saint-level pill to save him? Li Jun is just a mortal that has not started cultivating yet. Any high-grade profound pill would still heal him, and just an earth pill was enough to guarantee that his foundation was not damaged. But the great elder still used a saint-level pill to heal his injuries. Pills are divided the same way as weapons: profound, earth, heaven, saint, supreme, quasi-emperor, and emperor. Saint pills are extremely rare, especially the rejuvenate pill. The higher the level of the pill, the more energy that it has and the higher the cultivation required to take it. If someone of lower cultivation were to take a saint pill, the likely outcome is to bust out and die. But the rejuvenate pill was special. The energy in it was tame and could slowly release. As such, even a mortal like Li Jun could still take it. This feature dramatically increases the value of this pill. Chapter 17. After hearing his head maid's explanation, Wang Wei smiled and was genuinely very happy for his little brother. Then he asked the maid, "How did the elders respond to Li Jun's news?" The head maid explained excitedly, "The elders and great elders were shocked by young Master Li's determination. Furthermore, great elder Li Jiang has been very excited and bragging about his son to all the other elders." What about the people who complained about all the resources Li Jun had received? Young master, all of them are silent now. They all praised the young master for his foresight and hoped that the young master would soon train a powerful general. The head maid secretly looked at Wang Wei and the worship in her eyes increased. As the head maid of Wang Wei, she has basically watched him grow up. She witnessed all the glory that the young master had acquired during the past 8 years. She is also one of the few people who knew the young master status and the contradiction he had with the elders regarding young master Li Jun. But now, Li Jun has proven to all the people of the sect that he is deserving of the resources he had received and the one he would receive in the future. Wang Wei easily noticed the change of his head maid through her soul fluctuation, and he was secretly happy. As his head maid, she is bound to spend a lot of time with him, and ensuring her true loyalty is one of his tasks. If she proved her loyalty, he would not mind training her as one of his future generals. As for the group of elders who were previously dissatisfied with him, Wang Wei just sneered at them. Wang Wei knew that although the Dao opening sect had already decided to train him for the future Heaven Will's fight, many people were secretly dissatisfied with this decision. After all, the Dao opening sect has 4 major factions. All of them wished that the chosen person came from their faction. One of the main reasons that people are dissatisfied with him is due to the fact that he was young and had not achieved any results to prove himself. All he has going for him is the fact that he is currently the most talented person in the sect. As such, many people believed that as long as they found someone as talented as Wang Wei, then they could fight for the status of sacred son. Wang Wei was aware of the people's thoughts. In order to ensure his status, Wang Wei revealed his genius early on. He spent most of his time in the library, and every time he became enlightened on one of the scriptures, there would be a vision accompanying him. Throughout the past 5 years, there have been so many visions created by Wang Wei that the sect's disciples are now used to it. Furthermore, these visions further increase Wang Wei's halo as a genius, thus consolidating his status in the eyes of the elders. However, things turned around when Wang Wei decided to train Li Jun. Many people who were suppressed by him used this as an excuse to secretly attack him. Fortunately, Li Jun proved his worth during the pagoda trial, thus further suppressing these people again. Wang Wei knew that the actions of these people were just mere temptation to decrease his status in the clan. He also believed that there will be many such temptations in the future. These people are just waiting to find a talent that can compete with Wang Wei, but he was not afraid. As long as his plan for the next 7 years goes smoothly, he will have the capital to fully suppress these people until they are not able to raise their head. Wang Wei spent half a month to properly rest before heading to the 5th trial of the pagoda. In this trial, Wang Wei found himself the patriarch of a mortal clan. His clan was lavishly wealthy to the point that the royal family and other aristocratic families were jealous enough to form an alliance and put aside their 1,000-year feuds. They wanted to destroy Wang Wei's clan and carved up its wealth. When Wang Wei heard this news, he was frightened. He tried to use his economic wealth as a way to hire some powerful bodyguards to protect his clan. Unfortunately, the influence of the royal family and other clans was simply overwhelming. No one was willing to work for the Wang clan and offended the other families. As such, Wang Wei was all alone, waiting for the day of the extermination of his family. One day while wandering in the family ancestral hall, Wang Wei found a book that was hidden in the altar that was used to worship the family's ancestors. Wang Wei suspiciously took the book away and read it secretly in his study. Then he was shocked and confused. The book described a way for a person to quickly gain strength through human sacrifices. By drawing a formation, then killing a few people, you can absorb the blood and soul of the sacrificed people to not only step in the path of cultivation, but also quickly increase one's strength. Upon seeing this method, Wang Wei hesitated. Under normal circumstances, he would never use such despicable means to acquire strength. But now, his family faced extinction and now he has to re-evaluate his societal and moral standard. Wang Wei spent many days wondering what decision to make. As he spent more time procrastinating, the day of his clan's demise was soon approaching. One day while wandering in the clan's villa, he encountered his mother while she was watering the plant. In this trial, Wang Wei's mother was the same as his real life, but his father passed away early due to illness. He was raised alone by his mother. Wang Wei approached his mother and asked, "Mom, do you need help?" She responded, "I'm just watering the plants, what help do I need?" "The more important question is, do you need help, son? I can see the worry oozing out of your face." Wang Wei hesitated for a while, then shook his head. "No, I'm fine, Mom. Just some problem with the family's business." Wang Wei's mother knew that his son was lying. Although she did not participate in the clan's affair, she was still knowledgeable of the things going around. She also knew that the family was facing a great crisis. She walked over and gently caressed his son's head. "Wire, you do not need to take the burden of the whole family alone. As long as you are happy, that's all that matters. And if you have something to do or a major decision to make, just follow your heart." Hearing what his mother said, Wang Wei's heart shook and looked at his mother. He saw the wrinkle on her face, the few strings of white hair in her head. He suddenly thought of when he was a child. At that time, his mother was full of youthful vigor and spirit. Although the family was only composed of the two of them, they were happy. At that time Wang Wei was young and ignorant. He did not know the burden that his mother carried. He did not know all the effort, pain, and suffering she went through to raise him and provide him with a good family and a good growing environment. Without him knowing it, his mother already grew old. The youthful face was full of wrinkles, the shiny black hair was starting to gray, the eyes that were full of spirit now displayed the vicissitude of life. As for him, he spends most of his time taking care of the family business and spends less and less time with his mother. However, she did not complain. On the contrary, she silently supported him and motivated him to move forward. Wang Wei thought of the advice of his mother. Follow his heart? If it was up to him, he would not give up his humanity just for the sake of power. But now he changed his mind. He would do whatever it takes to ensure the life of his mother, even if he has to spend the rest of eternity in hell. Chapter 18. After Wang Wei made his decision, an order was sent out to his most trusted subordinates. Soon, more than 10 prisoners were secretly escorted to a hidden dungeon of the clan. Wang Wei took all the necessary materials and drew a huge array full of runes on the floor. After drawing the array, the dungeon suddenly changed. It was not a physical change, but more of a psychological one. The dark and deserted dungeon became more gloomy, a red atmosphere enveloping the once dark dungeon, a scent of blood permeated all around. Wang Wei noticed the change of the dungeon after drawing the formation. For a moment, he regretted his decision and pondered the idea of giving up and just running away. However, he thought of his mother. If he ran away with her, they would have to spend the rest of their lives in hiding, fearing that their enemy would catch up to them. Wang Wei knew that these families or clans would never let him go. There were two futures that awaited him if he were captured. One was to be directly killed as a way to eliminate the source of trouble, the other was to become a slave of these families whose sole purpose was to make more money for them. As for his mother, these families will not have any mercy. They would either kill her or keep her in captivity as a way to control him. After hesitating for a while, he still continued the sacrifice ceremony. The 10 prisoners were placed in the middle of the formation, bound by heavy chains. Wang Wei walked to them holding a knife. He first drew a horizontal cut on his palm, then drew a circle around the prisoners with his blood. Afterward, he cut off their necks one by one. The prisoners fell to the ground, gasping for air, and blood oozed out of their necks. They tried to hold their bleeding neck to stop the blood from flowing out, but their hands and feet were bound by chains. Soon, they spasmed on the floor for a couple of minutes before becoming silent. Afterward, their bodies dried up like mummies as more blood was drawn from them, then they turned into dust and dissipated like the wind. In the place where their bodies once stood, all that remained was a pool of blood and 10 red floating clouds. This was their souls. The reason for their souls to be red instead of white was due to their heavy sins. As such, these prisoners were affected by heavy karma, thus corroding their souls. After the death of the prisoners, Wang Wei absorbed the pool of blood and the souls. A great amount of energy was poured into his body, and immediately afterward, a cultivation manual was inserted into his head. He followed the direction of the manual and started cultivating. Few hours later, he finished his cultivation. He felt a great amount of strength in his body. He felt like he could easily kill anybody that stood in his way. He felt invincible. Soon afterward, the feeling of invincibility faded away. Wang Wei thought that maybe if he had more sacrifices he could truly reach that level of invincibility. However, he soon buried that passing thought in his head as he had more pressing things to attend to. However, a seed was planted in his mind. A seed of greed for power no matter the cost. 2 months passed since Wang Wei had his first sacrifice. During these past 2 months, the Wang clan faced many crises. Many powerful cultivators secretly intruded their clan's villa trying to eliminate them. However, all these assaults were stopped by Wang Wei himself. However, the people that attacked became increasingly more powerful as time went on. After the 3rd assault, he was greatly injured in order to stop the assailant. He knew that he could not stop the next attack, so he secretly made another sacrifice. This time 20 prisoners were used as a sacrifice. According to the information from the book he acquired from the Ancestral Hall, every time he made a sacrifice, he needed to increase the number for it to be effective. After gaining the necessary strength, he managed to preserve his clan amidst all of his powerful enemies. However, a great price was paid for such preservation. The people of the Wang clan noticed a great change from the patriarch. He became more gloomy, he was more irritable, and he would severely punish anyone who made the slightest mistake. He was a completely different person from the previous patriarch who was so nice and understanding. The patriarch who gave generous rewards to his subordinate or would pardon them when they made minor mistakes. The patriarch who would visit their family's elders and comfort them or help them when necessary. The person who noticed the most change in Wang Wei was actually his mother. She saw the changes in her son. Previously, he would often find time in his busy schedule to spend dinner with her. During those times, she would see a happy smile on her son's face. He would talk to her about the interesting things that happened in his life. But now, he was always cold and indifferent. He rarely came to meet her, and when he did, few words came out of his mouth. Additionally, she could smell the scent of blood from him. Wang Wei's mother knew that her son must have done something evil in order to gain strength and protect this family. And the price he had to pay for this sudden power was his humanity. Many times she wanted to convince her son to stop using these evil methods. But every time she opened her mouth, the words she wanted to say would not come out. In the end, she never mentioned it. And she figured it out why she never could try to persuade him. It was out of fear. She feared that if she mentioned it to him, that she would forever drive him out of her life. She was afraid of losing her son, the only true family she had in this world. Wang Wei's mother knew that her son's path might soon lead him on a path to be condemned by the whole world as a devil and slaughterer. But she could not do anything about it except to always be by his side during the harshest and most painful times. She believed that as long as she always stood by her son's side, she could guard the tiniest bit of humanity he had left of him. As long as that tiny bit of humanity remained, one day, her son would have a chance of redemption. Chapter 19. After Wang Wei got a taste of power, things soon escalated beyond his control. His enemies noticed the ever-decreasing number of prisoners and bandits around the neighborhood. After investigating, they discovered that the disappearance of these people have something to do with the Wang family. Adding the fact that the patriarch of the Wang family suddenly became a powerful cultivator, people already inferred that Wang Wei was involved in some kind of evil cultivation technique. So, the people cut off Wang Wei's path of finding prisoners and bandits. All the prisoners in the state he lived in were transferred and all the bandits were slaughtered. Wang Wei became furious after hearing this news. As such, he became more proactive in his fights against the royal family and the other powerful clans. Since he could no longer sacrifice these prisoners, he went after the people of the clans. He believed that since they were his enemies, they all deserved to die. At this point in time, he did not need a sacrifice array as a way to increase his power. All he needed to do was kill a person and he would immediately absorb all the flesh and blood and their souls. Wang Wei did not care that the majority of the people he killed had a white soul. All he cared about was becoming more powerful. As such, he killed more and more people, and during the process, his soul turned bright red, then black. It did not take him long before he became powerful enough to be invincible in the kingdom he lived in. So, he slaughtered all the aristocrat families and the royal family. Afterward, a bloody massacre was launched in the entire cultivating world. The slaughter devil Wang Wei went mad and started killing all kinds of cultivators. He did not have a bottom line, whether it was man or woman, adult or children. He went as far as killing pregnant women and babies. All the cultivating sects, families, and dynasties formed an alliance to stop the madness of this devil. Unfortunately for them, Wang Wei would always escape when they encircled him. When they discovered him again, he would be more powerful and the alliance would suffer great loss. The crusade against the slaughter devil Wang Wei lasted a whole 10 years. Unfortunately, in the end, the great devil won. The majority of the powerful sect were destroyed, the powerful families were slaughtered, and the cultivating dynasties were erased from the annals of history. After Wang Wei killed the majority of the cultivators, he realized that it was not enough for him to reach the state of invincibility, the state where the fate of all things were controlled by him. He had become obsessed with that state. Every night, he would dream of becoming a supreme being that would dominate the entire world. All people bowed to him, his words could determine the fate of the entire world. Unfortunately, when he woke up the next morning, all his powers were gone. But he believed that one day he would reach such height. As long as enough sacrifices were made, he would reach such a realm one day. As such, he went on an expedition against the common people of the world. He created a powerful army that was controlled solely by him. In the past 10 years, Wang Wei did not just kill the majority of cultivators, but he managed to kill 3/4 of the world's population of 10 billion people. More than 7.5 billion of people were killed by him. After doing all of this, Wang Wei found himself facing a bottleneck in his cultivation. No matter how many people he killed, his cultivation would not increase even a single bit. He was so close to the realm of his dream, the realm that has been haunting him like a lingering ghost in the past 10 years. All he needed was just a little push and he could accomplish his ultimate dream and goal. However, this little push that seemed so close has blocked his path for many years. Even worse, he could not see any hope. Until one day while he was meditating, a sudden enlightening came to his mind. In order to achieve the highest realm, he needed to kill something or someone that has meaning to him, someone that was close to him. After that, he would be detached from the world and become truly invincible. After being enlightened, Wang Wei immediately returned to the Wang clan estate. This place was his origin, as such he protected it during the era of chaos. Because of him, the Wang family had a supreme status in the world. Upon returning to the clan, Wang Wei knew what he had to do in order to reach his goal. That was to kill his mother, as she was the last tether she had in this world. As long as he killed her, he would be free. He did not care about the rest of the people in the clan. To him, they were nothing but flesh and blood that could be absorbed at any time. Soon, Wang Wei noticed his mother in the garden watering the plants. He moved instantly and appeared behind her. For a moment, he stood silently behind her, reminiscing of the past. This was the place that started his glorious journey to supreme power. Wang Wei was not the type of person that likes to reminisce about the past. In fact, over the years, he had become cold and extremely indifferent. The fact was that all his emotions were long abandoned by him except for the desire of power. However, when he came back here, he could not help but to think of the past. After all, this is the place that started it all. Wang Wei's mother immediately noticed someone behind her. In fact, due to Wang Wei's cultivating realm, it was simply impossible for an ordinary mortal to notice him. But she had a strong bloodline connection with him, so she noticed him the moment he appeared. Without turning around, she smiled and said, "Wire, you are back. I have not seen you for more than 10 years. Help your mother water these new flowers that I got from the shop down the street." Wang Wei did not say anything and walked next to the flowers and watered them. The two spent the next 2 hours in silence watering the plants. After watering the plants, Wang Wei's mother, whose name was Yu Yen, looked closely at her son for the first time in 10 years. She could hardly recognize him. Although he did not change much physically, he exuded a completely different temperament. His face was completely stiff, as if he did not show any expression for a long time. His eyes were cold, devoid of any kind of emotion even when he looked at her. Yu Yen could smell an intense scent of blood that almost overwhelmed her senses. It took her quite a bit of strength and courage not to faint. Moreover, she could see the grievances of all the people he had killed over the years manifested around him. They were dark, shadowy-like figures that constantly screamed at her son. Their faces displayed anger, pain, suffering, and kept saying things like, "Why did you kill me? We had no grievance with each other. You killed my family." There were countless grievances and she could not count them all. However, her son seemed to ignore their cries of suffering and despair. Yu Yen walked over to Wang Wei, raised her trembling hand and started to caress his hair. She started to reminisce of her son in the past. Memories of when he was young flashed in her head. Memories of growing up as a child, memories of his school days, and memories of him turning into a responsible man capable of looking after the family. Her memories stopped to the point 10 years ago, in the same garden, when she told him to follow his heart. She knew that this was the starting point of it all. Often she blamed herself for what happened to her son. Many times she imagined if things would have turned out differently if she had given him a different advice. Or maybe, if she had convinced him to just run away and live an ordinary life. Or maybe, everything was fated. During her caress, Wang Wei stood there like a wooden pole, with no expression on his face. Yu Yen did not mind all these. She was in her own world for a while before regaining consciousness. She looked at Wang Wei in the eyes, smiled brightly and said, "You can do it, son. I knew this would happen someday. In the past 10 years, not seeing you was one of the greatest joys of my life. Because I knew that if you did not return here, that meant that there is still hope for you. It meant that there is still a trace of humanity left inside of you. Unfortunately, fate plays us all like marionettes. I want you to know that I still love you and forgive you. The only regret that I have in this life was the fact that I could not save you in the end." After saying her last word, Yu Yen closed her eyes and waited for her final moment. A smile was still pertinent on her face. This smile was brilliant, pure, and genuine. Wang Wei, with no expression on his face, took a long red sword and without hesitation, plunged it straight toward her heart. Chapter 20. While Yu Yen closed her eyes and waited for her fated death, Wang Wei's bright red sword stopped 1 millimeter away from her heart. No matter what Wang Wei did, he could not push the sword forward. This 1 millimeter represented a chasm that separated his last trace of humanity. It also represented his destined path. Cross that chasm and he will no longer be human, he will turn into a slave of power, a puppet of fate. Walk away from it, he still has a chance at redemption, a chance to try to place the control of his fate in his own hands. Wang Wei looked at his mother, then memories that were engraved deep in his memories flooded his mind. He remembered the reason that he started in this path of pursuing power. It was to protect his mother from the persecutions of the other clans. But now, years later, he has forgotten his original purpose. His desire for power slowly consumed him like blood flowing out of a person's cut artery. Then it suddenly dawned on Wang Wei that the most difficult thing about cultivating was not the process of reaching high realms. No, by his talent alone and with an abundance of resources from the sect, it was only a matter of time before he could cultivate to the supreme realm. The real difficulty of cultivating was how to remember his original purpose, his original heart. Cultivators live a very long life. The real trial that they have to face is how not to let the passing of time affect their heart, to retain their original intention in the face of the demon that is called time. Can you make sure that after 1,000,000 years, you are the same person? Can the people who knew you in the beginning still recognize who you are? Can you look yourself in the mirror and say without hesitation that you did nothing against your conscience? And if you did change, is it too late to rectify your mistakes? All these are the essence of having a strong and powerful Tao heart, and it took Wang Weiss almost killing his mother to truly understand these things. Yu Yan opened her eyes after a few moments without feeling any pain. The painful death that she waited for did not come. When she opened her eyes, she saw her son holding a sword very close to her heart without moving an inch. At the same time, she noticed tears flowing down his eyes, drenching his clothes wet. His eyes were no longer devoid of emotions. Instead, they were full of pain and struggle. They kept changing from pure ruthlessness to doting love. Yu Yan realizes that her son was in an internal battle of good and evil. Her son was in his last struggle to redeem himself. She did not say anything to him, her gentle smile remained on her face. She knew that this was a battle that her son had to face on his own. No matter the outcome, she will accept it. If her son succeeded, she will lead him to a path of redemption to repay all his negative karma. If he failed, she would die as a form of atonement to the world and her son. Wang Wei's struggle lasted more than 9 hours. Afterward, he dropped the sword in his hands on the floor. He looked at his mother full of gentleness, love, and guilt, then said, "Mo. Moth, mother." His voice was harsh and hoarse and he stuttered. This was due to the fact that he did not speak for many years. Tears kept coming out his eyes and he knelt in the ground in front of his mother. He continued, "I'm sorry for warehouse. What happened?" Yu Yan rushed to her son and embraced him on the dirty floor. She wept with him and comforted him. She told him that everything would be okay from now on, that there was still time to change, time to make right of his past's wrong. The mother and son spend the next day talking to each other. In the morning the next day, Yu Yan said to Wang Wei, "Are you leaving again?" He smiled and responded, "Mother knows me best. After all, I need to repent for all my sins." This time his smile was no longer stiff or indifferent. Instead, his smile gave the feeling of removing the burden of the world from his shoulder. His smile was free and unrestrained. After saying his parting word to his mother, Wang Wei teleported away from the Wang clan. Then he turned into a giant. His body was so huge that the concept of size could no longer apply to him. All the people of the world raised their head to see a gigantic human head covering the entire heaven. In front of this giant, they were nothing but ants crawling in the ground in order to survive the cruelty of nature. And this giant was at the top of the food pyramid. The people of the world immediately knelt on the ground and did not make a single sound. The world became extremely quiet. In fact, not just humans, all sentient and non-sentient beings acted this way. Even the wind stopped blowing so as not to make flowers move and make a single sound. The giant looked at all the beings in the world and proclaimed, "My name is Wang Wei, but many of you should know me by the title of Slaughter Devil, upon hearing the giant's word, many people became terrified. Who did not know the slaughter devil that killed the majority of the people in the world? All of them lived every day in fear, thinking that someday the devil would come to finish the rest of the job. Many people at the moment thought that their judgment day final came. Throughout the past 10 years, I have committed great sins to the people of the world, and as such, are fettered by karmic virtues. Since there is a cause, then there must be an effect. Today, I will repay the karma I owed to the people and to the world. My soul will turn into the cycle of reincarnation so that all the people that I have killed can be reborn and have new life. My blood will nourish the land of the world so that all living beings have enough resources to breed, multiply, and grow. My flesh will turn into a new continent so that all beings will have more land for future descendants and the world could be more prosperous. After this declaration, the people watched as the giant's body slowly disintegrated. Many grieving souls flew out of the giant's body, bowed to him and went into reincarnation. The giant's blood enveloped the land. The crops and plants started to grow at an alarming rate. Many ores and spiritual veins were created in different parts of the land. Many mountains and rivers grew at a rate visible to the naked eye. Then, the giant's body turned into an enormous continent and landed somewhere in the ocean. The few remaining cultivators in the world soon noticed that the world they lived in hand started to expand and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became extremely abundant. Every breath they took could absorb a vast amount of spiritual energy and they would feel refreshed afterward. In this environment, even mortals will have a long lifespan. They knew that this world was about to enter an age of cultivation and exploration. Both cultivators and mortals will benefit from this coming era. After doing all of this, Wang Wei was ejected out of the pagoda trial. In fact, Wang Wei did not have to do all the extra things at the end. After waking up at the last moment and preventing himself from killing his mother, he already passed the trial. So why did he do all the things he did? It was to install on him the idea of always paying karma. In this world of cultivation, karma is a real and accessible thing. Many cultivators have cultivated the Tao of karma, and some have even proclaimed themselves emperor using the Tao of karma. If one day he encountered one of such cultivators, he would be somewhat prepared. If he could also understand the Tao of karma, it would be even better. Chapter 21. After Wang Wei was ejected out of the pagoda trial, he stood there pondering for a few moments. In the past few months, he had already passed 5 trials, but 2 of them had the most influence on him. This first of which was when he was shown his true self in the chamber of mirrors of retributions. The second one was this trial of greed for power. Both of them invoked the same message. What price are you willing to achieve your goals? Wang Wei was a confident man. He believed that with his methodical plans, he had more than 80% chance of proving the Tao and becoming a great emperor. But he could not answer with any certainty whether he would change throughout his journey to the top, whether he could still maintain his original heart. As the saying goes, time is the enemy of us all. This saying could be interpreted in many ways. For mortals, time is the driving force that leads them to the eternal silence known as death. And the same could be said for cultivators, although the process will be longer for them. But what about great emperors? They have escaped the shackles of time and have infinite lifespans. So what is the meaning of time for them? Well, now Wang Wei understood that time is an eternal test for great emperors. Can their heart and mind withstood the ravage of time? Are they their true self after experiencing the vicissitude of time? Time is an eternal test that will forever plague cultivators that have escaped its shackles. You could even say that time itself is a curse for them. Or to be precise, this is the causal relationship between time and the people who have escaped its shackles. The cause is that you have acquired an infinite lifespan, and the effect is that you will forever be corroded by time until you become numb or something unrecognizable. Wang Wei realized that his focus when cultivating from now on was to always recognize who he truly was and not to forget his original purpose for cultivating. And what was that purpose? To become emperor? No, that was just the eventual process of his cultivation, not his true purpose. His true purpose was to be free and unfettered, to be free from the shackles of time and space, life and death, cause and effect, and even be free from fate itself. Wang Wei believed that fate was the greatest enemy to his path of freedom. As such, the Tao of fate will be the main Tao he cultivated in the future and the Tao he will use to become a great emperor. Only by understanding the machination of fate can it be controlled, played with, then destroyed. When the day comes when he can do all of these, he will truly be free and unfettered. After understanding all of these, Wang Wei's Tao heart sublimated. A shadow of an emperor that ruled the heaven of all myriad beings appeared behind him. This was Wang Wei's proof of a young emperor. Unlike last time, this shadow was no longer as illusory. Furthermore, the face of Wang Wei was clearly visible this time. As soon as the shadow appeared, a grand and powerful aura enveloped the disciples and elders who were watching the fifth trial outside. Many people had the urge to bow down to this supreme being, and many people did. Some disciples with weak cultivation levels or weak will kneeled in the ground and dare not look at Wang Wei. As for the rest of the people, although they did not kneel on the floor, the awe they had for Wang Wei as the young sect master was exponentially increased. The young emperor shadow of Wang Wei lasted longer than the first time, but soon it also faded away. It seems that he had not reached the point worthy to bear the title of young emperor. After the sublimation of his Tao heart and the dissipation of the young emperor shadow, Wang Wei left the pagoda with his head made. After Wang Wei left, the disciples started discussing what just happened. Do any of you know what was that shadow behind the young sect master? I do not know, but it was awesome. I feel like I was watched by a great emperor and wanted to bow my head. Stop talking nonsense. How do you know what a great emperor looked like? But you were right. I also wanted to kowtow to the young sect master. It seems that our Tao opening sect will have a great emperor this generation. These disciples were quite excited about the possibility of having a great emperor born in their sect. As the saying goes, when someone becomes enlightening, even his chicken and dogs will ascend to heaven with him. If the young sect master became great emperor, even the tiniest handout from him will greatly benefit any of them. Although most of the disciples were chatting happily, not everyone was as excited as them. This was especially true for the 10 contemporary sacred sons. Other disciples may not know what the shadow behind Wang Wei was, but they knew what it represented. This was proof of young emperor talent. As soon as they saw this shadow, they became pale. As contemporary sacred son, all of them were people with great ideals and ambitions. They all wanted to sit at the position of sect master one day. Although the people of the sect referred to Wang Wei as young sect master, to them, this title was just a form of respect to address the son of the current sect master. According to the rules of the Tao opening sect, the descendants of a sect master are not allowed to directly inherit the position. The descendants need to prove themselves by acquiring the title of sacred son through fair competition. The contemporary sacred sons knew that Wang Wei was a talented individual and that the sect might groom him to compete for the heaven will, but they thought that was something to worry about years from now. They believed that no matter how talented Wang Wei was, he still needed time to grow up to their level. Then, they could use this time to further the gap between him and them. As such, they had a high chance of becoming sect master before Wang Wei's talent took off. But now, Wang Wei's talent as a young emperor completely shattered most of their dreams. With this talent, it will not be long before they have to compete with Wang Wei for the honor of sacred son. Of course, they knew that young emperor does not mean invincible. Throughout the ages, there have been many heaven-chosens who fought and won against young emperors. Now the question is whether among them, there exists such a heaven-chosen. In fact, not all young emperors manage to become great emperors. The path of the emperor is a long and arduous one. Nothing can be set in stone as 100% certainty. Chapter 22. In a magnificent mountain floating in the cloud lies the sect master hall. The spiritual energy in this mountain is the most abundant of the Tao opening sect. This was the formal residence of the sect master and where most of the meeting of the sect took place. In fact, the whole Dao opening sect is made up of a group of mountains. They start from the ground all the way to the clouds. The closer to the ground, the less spiritual energy a mountain contains. The mountains in the ground is where the outer disciples and the handymen are located. The mountains of the outer disciples are connected to the mountains of the inner disciples by multiple enormous chains. These chains allowed people to easily walk on them. As for the core disciples' mountain and other areas of the sect, you have to be able to fly to reach there. This is the reason that Wang Wei is always accompanied by his head maid. Her job was not only to take care of him, but also to fly with him to different areas of the sect. The highest mountain of the Dao opening sect is known as Tianwei Peak. This is the location of the sect master hall, and currently a meeting is taking place. The great elders and elders of different halls sat in different positions with sect master Wang in the middle. Most of them had a look of shock and excitement on their faces. They had just returned from witnessing the 5th pagoda trial and saw the shadow of the young emperor from Wang Wei. One of the elders said excitedly, "This time the shadow of young emperor lasted longer than the last time. This means that the young sect master is not too far from truly becoming a young emperor. Things are not as simple as you say. Becoming a young emperor is not so easy." The great elder of the Enlightenment Hall asked in a deep voice, "Do you think that the young sect master could become a young emperor after he passed all 9 trials of the pagoda?" Many people quiet down after hearing this question and ponder for a while. Some people secretly look at the great elder. The Enlightenment Hall is the hall in charge of teaching and educating disciples. From the outer disciples to the core disciples, they were in charge of explaining cultivation sculptures and techniques. They were even in charge of preaching the Tao to the core disciples and the contemporary sacred son. More importantly, the great elder of Enlightenment Hall belongs to the sectarian faction of the Tao opening sect. Of all the people in the hall, he is probably the least enthusiastic of the talent of Wang Wei, as he is also the head of the group that is secretly opposing the rise of the young sect master. So, when he asks this question, many people start to ponder his motive. After a brief silence, great elder Yan Mei of the Punishing Hall responded, "It is unlikely for that to happen. However, once the trials are finished, the young sect master will probably be one step closer. All he will need is just a little push." After hearing her answer, many people nodded their heads and agreed. If you notice closely, you will find that the great elder Longbo of the Enlightenment Hall had a sigh of relief despite not showing it in his face. However, a few people in the hall knew that great elder Yan Mei had a different meaning. As they are the few people who are aware of the young master plan 7 years later, they knew that this might be the slight push that great elder Yan Mei was referring to. However, they wisely kept their mouths shut and their expression indifferent as to not reveal any information. Great elder Li Jiang suddenly said something to try to change the conversation. "Recently I feel like cultivating in the saint realm has become much easier. Am I the only one who feels this way?" Another elder responded, "Me too. I thought that my talent has started to bloom." "Me as well. Count me too." Soon the entire hall was full of people agreeing to great elder Li Jiang's words. Afterward, people noticed that something might have happened and they all looked toward the sect master. Wang Tian smiled joyously and responded, "The path of Supreme is starting to loosen up. There is hope for our future." Many people were shocked and excited upon hearing this news. Their generation was too bitter. In order for the glorious time of this generation to appear, the heaven mandate not only did not appear in their generation, but even the path of Supreme was cut off. They soon realized that Heavenly Tao took all the luck and energy for the heaven will of their generation and placed it on the next generation to create a truly powerful great emperor. However, even if they knew this, there was nothing they could do about it. But now, they heard from the sect master that the path to Supreme was slowly opening up. The Supreme Realm, a person who manifests their own Dharma body and can live for at least 1,000,000 years. Who among them did not dream of reaching such a realm? Great elder Li Jiang asked, "Does that mean we could break through now?" Sect Master Wang shook his head and responded, "The seal has just been lifted. Although it is theoretically possible, the chances are too small. Although this answer was a little disappointing, the elders were not affected. As long as there was hope. The great elder of the formation hall asked, "Sect Master, are you still going through mortal dust to break through the supreme realm? According to your foundation, it seemed unnecessary." Sect Master Wang Tian responded, "It is better to go through with it and increase my foundation. That way, I can cultivate faster in the supreme realm and have stronger battle strength." The other elders nodded and agreed with the sect master's ideal of planting a firm foundation for the future. Soon afterward, Great Elder Yen Mei chimed in the conversation. "Sect Master, it is better to prepare to be the first to make the breakthrough. If you succeed, not only can we increase the reputation of our Dao opening sect, but there is a great chance of being rewarded with merit from Heavenly Dao." Upon hearing her words, Wang Tian's eyes lit up like a Christmas tree. He did not really care about things like reputation, but merit would be of great help to him. Merit is like the ultimate panacea for cultivators. If you had enough, there is almost nothing you could not do with it. You could directly raise your cultivation level, you could use it to increase talent, to increase understanding of the Dao, to increase the level of a pill or weapon. If you can think about it, most likely it can be accomplished with merit. This thing is even sought after by great emperors, as merit is still very useful for them. Unfortunately, Heavenly Dao is very stingy when it comes to awarding merit. Most cultivators will only receive a pitiful amount of merit when they enter the Saint Realm. If you want to acquire more, you have to accomplish a great cause that is beneficial to the whole world. The reason that Great Elder Yen Mei believed that the first person to break through to the Supreme Realm might receive merit is due to the fact that person will become a symbol of hope to all the cultivators of the world. He or she will announce to the world that the path of cultivation is not cut off. Furthermore, Heavenly Dao will reward merit to such a person as a way to pay off the karma of cutting off the path of Supreme in the last generation. In this world, even Heavenly Dao cannot fully escape the shackles of karma. Chapter 23. Sect Master Wang Tian ponders the meaning behind Great Elder Yen Mei's word. He realizes that she is probably right about receiving merit for being the first person to break through to Supreme. Wang Tian says to the other elders, "In that case, we need to properly monitor all the major sects in the world. Even the powerful and talented loose cultivator should not be missed. After all, we are not the only people who will notice this change." The elders nod in agreement, then they all look at a person in the corner. The person sits alone without speaking a word. He did not have any presence, any sense of existence. It is as if the person never existed in the world. The only time he is noticed is when you look directly at him. As soon as you look away, you will immediately forget his face and all the memories about him. Only people with powerful cultivation level and keen perception can notice him, and that is only when he is not actively hiding his presence, otherwise only a few handful of people in this room would notice him. This person is known as Shadow. He is the person responsible for acquiring information, analysis, and assassination for the Dao opening sect. He is only loyal and responds to the sect master. In fact, every generation of the Dao opening sect master will cultivate their own spy agency and their own shadow at an early age. When they take over the position of sect master, the previous ruler will hand over the majority of the spy agency and the shadow will change to the person trained by the current sect master. In that way, the foundation of the Dao opening sect will increase with each passing generation. Because of such rule, many of the contemporary sacred sons have their own information agency, and this is also the reason that Wang Wei has his own agency trained by the Wang family and is currently his head maid. After everyone look at him, the shadow look at Wang Tian, and when he see that he nods his head, he says in a hoarse and illusory voice, "I will dispatch the shadow guard and monitors whether any saint is going to experience mortal dust or whether they are prepared to directly break through." After giving a positive answer, the shadow closes his eyes and refuses to say any other word. The elders did not find his action offensive as they are used to his behavior after spending many years dealing with him. Afterward, The meeting continues until late at night and then everyone disperses and returns to their own hall. After the meeting, Wang Tian leaves Tianwei Peak and returns to the Wang family's exclusive mountain. Since his lovely son was born, he no longer lives in the sect master hall as the spiritual energy in there was too strong for his mortal son to live for too long. It's true that the concentration of spiritual energy is very beneficial to increasing talent and nourishing the body to set a good foundation, but too much spiritual energy is also very detrimental to weak cultivators, let alone mortal infants. After returning to his mansion, Wang Tian discovers that his father was standing there and waiting for him. He immediately rushes over and bows to his father and says, "Father, son is unfilial to make you wait for so long." Wang Tian's father, Wang Chong, waves his hand and leisurely responds, "Get up. How old are you? You do not have to keep these formalities, especially in private." Wang Tian smiles wryly. His father is a person who despises formality and scoffs at tradition. In other words, he is extremely unruly. "Where is Wire and Yu Yan?" he asks. "My lovely grandson was tired from the trial and Yu Yan just fed him some pill to relieve spiritual and physical fatigue. He is probably deep in sleep by now." "That's fine if he is asleep. So father, what brings you out of the cottage?" Wang Chong looks at his son up and down, then proceeds, "You should have noticed the change in heaven and earth. Are you prepared to break through to the supreme realm?" "Yes, father. Once the seal is further loosened, I will go experience mortal dust to further strengthen my foundation, then break through." "That's good that you are willing to strengthen your foundation." Wang Chong then looks at his son with a look of pity, then continues, "I know you have a lot of unwillingness in your heart because you did not have the chance to compete for the heaven mandate. Unfortunately, heaven is truly unreasonably unfair." Wang Tian sighs and mockingly answers, "It's just like Wire always say, fate is the greatest mockery for us cultivators. I did not tell you all of this just to listen to you lamenting your own misfortune. I come to remind you that you still have a chance to achieve your dream of competing for the heaven mandate. As long as Wire can prove the Tao, he could still provide you with another chance." After hearing his father's words, Wang Tian immediately understood his father's meaning and said excitedly, "How come I forget this truth? As long as Wire becomes emperor, he can still wash off the karma in my body so that I can compete in the next generation's fight for the heaven mandate." Wang Tian is indeed excited. In the last generation, he was one if not the most powerful heaven chosen. He was born with the exquisite sword heart physique ranked 15 in the 3000 heaven physique list. He has practiced sword Tao to an extremely high realm and overwhelmed the majority of his peers. Cultivators all over the world voted him as the person who is most likely to win the heaven mandate. Unfortunately, when he reached the peak in the Saint Realm, he learned that there will be no heaven will this generation. What was more tragic was the fact that even the path of Supreme was also cut off and sealed. Their generation wailed in agony and screamed that heaven was unfair. According to the rule of heavenly Tao, no person from the previous generation can compete for the heaven mandate in the next generation. As such, the goals and dreams of many people were completely shattered. There is only one way to go around this rule: wash away your karma. In order to wash away karma, there are only two ways. One is to seal a person in bloodstones or time stones and allow them to sleep for millions of years and live through countless generations. Then they can wake up, free from karmic ties, and participate in the fight for the heaven's will. In fact, many sects have many heaven chosens from the previous era that are currently still sealed and awaiting awakening, and the Tao opening SEC is of no exception. The other way to wash away karma is to have a great emperor to directly take action. This method is direct and immediately effective. However, such a method will result in the emperor suffering from karmic backlash. As such, if an emperor is not powerful or if you are not really close to them, they will not use such methods lightly. After taking a deep breath and calming himself down, Wang Tian says to his father, "Father, not just me, even you have a chance at a second attempt." Upon hearing this, Wang Chang's face remains calm and answers with a look of sadness, "It's true. Unfortunately, after my defeat to Yang Qin, Emperor Nine Sons, My Dao heart was affected and my will to fight was long lost. There is no future for me as an emperor. Furthermore, it won't be long before my lifespan will approach its end and I have to be sealed with bloodstone and become a foundation that protects the sect from future trouble. After Wang Chang's words, a profound sadness envelopes the room. Wang Tian knew that his father had suffered a great mental blow during his fight for heaven will 3 generations ago. Furthermore, his father's age was long past the limit of 1,000,000 years for the supreme realm. Of course, due to how powerful his cultivation method is, his lifespan was way longer than ordinary supreme realm powerhouse. However, he will have to face the issue of lifespan sooner or later. Suddenly an idea appears in Wang Tian's head and responds, "Father, as long as wires succeed in sitting on the emperor throne, you could still walk on the path of immortality, or even better the path of Dao ancestor." Chapter 24. After hearing his son mention the path of immortality, a look of yearning appears in Wang Chang's face, followed by a great deal of disdain. However, the idea of continuing in the path of Dao ancestor is quite appealing to him. This path, although not as powerful or influential as the path of emperor, has much better potential than the path of immortality. Wang Chang said to his son, "Okay, no need to think about these things for now. Wire still has a long way to go." After saying this, Wang Chang chatted with his son for a while before returning to his cottage. Wang Tian did notice that his father was in a much better mood when he left. He becomes more joyful at the fact that his word had a good effect on his father. Wang Tian knows that a cultivator's state of mind and Dao heart is of great importance to them, especially in the higher realms. Ever since his father has failed his competition for the heaven will, he has been quite reticent and lost a lot of his previous confidence. Things got better when Wang Wei was born, but the effect was also minimal. Now, he has rekindled the fire of hope for his father, just like his father just did for him. After pondering for a while, Wang Tian ran home to reunite with his wife and son. Far away from the Dao opening sect, in the heaven-blessed domain, the Emperor Enlightening Academy. The myriad emperor world is divided into 5 continents. Each continent is further divided into countless domains. The Emperor Enlightening Academy is located southeast of the Dao opening sect. This academy is one of the most powerful forces in the world, second only to the Dao opening sect. In fact, when it comes to foundation, it might even surpass the Dao opening sect. As the name suggests, the Emperor Enlightening Academy is designed for the sole purpose of training great emperors. Throughout its long history, it has trained a total of 8 great emperors, only one short of the Dao opening sect. As a result of this, these 2 great powers have been competing for countless years. However, what sets the Emperor Enlightening Academy apart is the fact that their doors are open to any heaven chosen, even if you already belong to another group or faction. Because of said philosophy, the Emperor Enlightening Academy has helped a great deal of emperors during their rise. So, these emperors would more or less return the favor after their ascension. As such, despite the fact they have only truly trained 8 emperors, they have received the favor of countless emperors throughout their inception. Right now, a meeting between the teachers and headmaster of the academy is taking place. Unlike the Dao opening sect, which is located in the mountains, the Emperor Enlightening Academy is actually a gigantic city that covers the entire Heaven Bliss domain. The headmaster of the Emperor Enlightening Academy is actually an old man with long white hair, trim white beard, and sage-like temperament. He is dressed in all white ancient garments. All the teachers in the hall had a great deal of respect for him. This respect comes from not only his powerful cultivation, but also the fact that he is an educator, a sage that brings knowledge and wisdom to the masses. The headmaster, whose name is Bai Han, starts the meeting. He asks, "Have we found our target this time?" Another teacher responds, "After paying a substantial price to the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, we have determined that the target has been born in a lower plane and has also located said plane. Should we send someone to pick him up?" After pondering for a while, Headmaster Bai Han responds, "No need for that for now. Send a true monarch teacher to secretly protect him." Growing up in the lower realm can temper him and also prevents other sects from noticing him. Additionally, the teacher protecting him can be responsible for his first enlightenment and set a solid foundation for him and cultivate his feeling toward our Emperor Enlightening Academy. Headmaster, we also need to send him an identity token, reminds another teacher. Yes, without an identity token he will not be recognized by Heavenly Tao of the Myriad Emperor world and will not be able to participate in the fight for heaven will. According to the laws of heaven, people not born in the Myriad Emperor world could not participate in the fight to prove the Tao, unless a very precious identity token is given. This is similar to the citizenship that Wang Wei received when he was born. Another teacher excitedly says, I cannot believe that our Emperor Enlightening Academy is about to acquire a heaven chosen with the absolute chaos physique, the rank number 1 in the 3000 heaven physique list. We will finally nurture our 9th Emperor and catch up to the Tao opening sect. Yes, this generation's heaven mandate will belong to us. I agree with this. Soon many teachers started to discuss their exciting future. Seeing that the majority of people in this room start to become arrogant and proud, Headmaster by high frowns and says in disapproval tone, do not be proud and happy too quickly. Don't forget, this is a glorious time where the number 2 physique, heavy axe physique, and the number 3, 7 desire 6 emotion physique has appeared. Furthermore, there is still the anomaly that appears in the Tao opening sect. From the information we have received, the young sect master of the Tao opening sect has the posture of a young emperor. In the western White Tiger continent, there is a child born with the power of reincarnation. Many of the people with physique in the top 10 of the 3000 heaven physique have been born. This is not the ancient time when being born with the top 3 physique is guaranteed to win the heaven mandate. After hearing the headmaster's word, the teachers in the room immediately calmed down. Cold sweat started falling from their backs. All of them have made the mistake of placing the cart before the horse. Their heaven chosen have not even won the heaven will and they are already celebrating. After realizing their mistakes, they all soon reign in their arrogance. Another teacher reminds everyone, do not forget old Chu's divination. In this supreme era of resurgence, the impossible will become possible. Soon the teachers realize that their mindset has been wrong. This era will be a fierce competition for the Emperor throne. Heaven chosen will be as many as dogs. The heaven chosens of this generation are both lucky and unlucky. Lucky because they will witness a grand era in which the brilliance of many geniuses will shine on a myriad of worlds. They are unlucky because if they are not worthy, then they can only be cannon fodder. The threshold for the title of heaven chosen will be raised to a very high standard. Many people who could be called heaven chosen in the past will appear extremely mediocre in this generation. After the teachers calm down, they return their focus on how to properly cultivate the absolute chaos physique. One teacher asks, Headmaster, do we need to provide him with enough luck to reach purple gold and break through to the supernatural realm? Headmaster Bai Han responds, that is not necessary. As the person born with the absolute chaos physique in the lower plane, he is probably the son of destiny of that plane. He will naturally be able to acquire the necessary luck to reach the standard purple gold level on his own. The teacher nods in agreement with the headmaster. Headmaster, do we allow him to participate in the Spirit Road 7 years later? No, the Spirit Road is not that important, he can just skip it. Then sir, when will we bring him back from the lower realm? After pondering for a while, the headmaster answers, after most of the heaven chosen of this generation reach the supernatural realm, the academy will be formally open. We can bring him back then. Alright, now that most of the issues have been settled, let's discuss which true monarch teacher will be sent as a Tao protector. After hearing this, the room became quiet. Many people start making plans to acquire this position for their faction. Although the Emperor Enlightening Academy is a school, there are still factions that exist in it. Becoming the teacher of the absolute chaos physique essentially means the possibility of being the teacher of a future emperor. No one wants to give up such an opportunity. Chapter 25. Few days have passed since Wang Wei passed the 5th trial. He is now preparing to enter the 6th one. While flying in the air accompanied by his head maid, Wang Wei asks her for the latest information that he needs to know and analyze. She responds, "According to the information we received, the Enlightening Emperor Academy has secretly been moving around lately." "Do you know the reason?" asks Wang Wei. "We do not know for sure, but there are rumors that they have found the absolute chaos physique, but we could not verify if this information is true or not. The Academy has even launched a massive clean-up after the news leak. Many of our hidden spies were killed." Wang Wei ponders for a while. The rumors are most likely true given how severe the Academy reacted after the news leak. He suddenly asks, "What about the other 2 top physiques?" "According to our information, the number 2 physique, the heavy axe body, is the crown prince of the great Zhou imperial dynasty. As for the number 3 physique, the 7 emotion 6 desire body, we only know that it is a girl, and she was found in the eastern Azure Dragon continent. As for what force has acquired her, there is currently no information." Wang Wei smells the incoming storm from the whereabouts and actions of the number 2 and 3 physique. Usually, a sect will normally start to brag to the world about their heaven chosen as a way to form momentum for them. However, the Enlightening Emperor Academy and the Power Faction in the Eastern Azure Dragon continent chose the opposite and became quite low-key. This is actually quite unusual. This can only mean that they are preparing for the right time when all other heaven chosen's momentum reach a peak period, then use them as a stepping stone for their own people. After thinking about this, Wang Wei's sense of urgency rises quickly. He needs to advance his plans so that he will not become the stepping stone for someone else. After chatting with his handmaid for a while, Wang Wei soon reaches the place where the pagoda trial takes place. Then, without hesitation, he entered. In this trial, Wang Wei finds himself being a very powerful cultivator. He is also the sect master of one of the most powerful sects of the world. His every word can dictate the life of countless people. Under his leadership, his sect reached the most prosperous heights since its creation. While everything seems to be going well for him, an enemy of Wang Wei's sneak attacks him while he is leading the sect's disciples to a secret realm. The worst part about this is the fact his enemy did not kill him, but abolished his cultivation level, then shatters his Tao. After this incident, Wang Wei finds himself living a life of hell. He becomes a crippling beggar. He had no home to live and had to beg in the street to live. When the winter's cold arrived, Wang Wei had to find throwaway clothes and stitch them together as a blanket to warm himself and prevent himself from freezing to death. When the autumn's rain washed away the world, a few temples had provided shelters to a group of beggars, and Wang Wei was lucky enough to be one of them. The worst part of this experience for Wang Wei was not the constant changing mood of Mother Nature, but the never-ending hunger and the constant humiliation. Every day, Wang Wei had to go forage for food in the city. Since he is a beggar, he lives in the slum, the poor area infested with crime. The people living in the slum barely had enough food to feed themselves, let alone help others. Once in a while, some good Samaritans would feel bad for Wang Wei and provide him with enough food to barely keep alive. On some good day, some rich merchant or nobles would pass by the slums and give the beggars some food. However, they usually do it with a look of arrogance in their face and will usually throw the food in the ground and watch with pleasure as the beggars fight over such little food. In order to survive, Wang Wei is usually one of the beggars fighting for food. Due to the fact that he used to be a powerful cultivator, he is still much stronger than an ordinary person, let alone a malnourished beggar. In fact, the act of these nobles and rich merchants throwing food in the ground are actually quite benign. Usually, they will vent their anger on the beggars by severely beating and insulting them. They spit at them, throw rotten eggs and feces at them, or even directly murder them. Wang Wei has tried a few times to fight back. The result is always him being severely injured and almost dying. The nobles and merchants never suffer any consequences for their action. This situation becomes worse for Wang Wei as some cultivators recognize him as the former sect master of the Tao opening sect. They all took pleasure humiliating one of the most powerful cultivators in the world. Things continue as such for many years until one season, A great famine envelopes the kingdom where Wang Wei is currently located. Due to the famine, the nobles hoard the majority of the food, while the rich merchants raise the price to make profit. The majority of the poor people in the slums starve to death, while the number of beggars drop exponentially. During this period, Wang Wei has not eaten any food for more than 2 weeks. The only reason that he has lasted for so long was due to his former powerful body. On a particular summer's night, Wang Wei lies on the floor with an excruciating pain in his stomach. His throat is dry and his vision becomes blurry. He realizes that he was about to die of starvation. Then a man appears before him. The man throws a piece of bread on the floor in front of Wang Wei, which immediately delighted him. However, his joy did not last long as the man actually urinated on the bread, then looked at him with a mocking smile and watched with an expectant joy for him to reach out and eat the piece of bread. Wang Wei looks at the bread, then swallows his saliva with a look of desire. Then, he raises his head and looks at the man with his blurred vision. Afterward, he closed his eyes and rested. His pride will never allow him to reach such low bottom. He would rather starve to death than eat such a disgusting thing to survive. Who is he? One of the most powerful cultivators in the world. The sect master of one of the most powerful sects in the world. How can he do such a thing as eating bread filled with urine? He would rather die than suffer such humiliation. Soon afterward, Wang Wei's wish was granted to him. He starved to death and was immediately exiled out of the pagoda. Wang Wei thought that his act of placing his pride over his life would be the key that allowed him to pass the trial. But in fact, after exiting the trial, he actually fails to pass the 6th trial. Chapter 26. Wang Wei becomes momentarily shocked for his failure in this trial. Then, he ponders the reason for such failure. Obviously, he fails to recognize the lesson needed to learn to pass this trial. This was not according to his original design. Wang Wei returns to his home, while preparing to enter the pagoda the next day. The next trial proceeded exactly like the previous one. Upon reaching the stage of malnourishment, famine, and dehydration, the same choice is once again given to him: eat the urinated piece of bread. Wang Wei realizes that this trial's purpose is to teach him a lesson about humbleness, about giving up pride and arrogance, especially when one is weak and helpless. Despite knowing all of these, Wang Wei still could not lower himself to eat that piece of bread. He always fails this trial when he reaches that part. Soon more than 2 months have passed. Wang Wei was still stuck in the 6th pagoda trial. He has tried a total of 9 times, each has resulted in failure. As a result of this, many disciples including Li Jun have already started the 7th trial. Many people in the sect are wondering if the young sect master has reached his limit. At Tianwei Peak, a meeting of the elders was taking place. Their discussion involves Wang Wei and his inability to pass the 6th pagoda trial. The great elder of the formation hall, who has a great relationship with Wang Wei, asks, "Sect master, should we do something to help the young sect master?" Upon hearing this, many people direct their gaze toward Wang Tian, who shakes his head in disapproval and responds, "There is no need to do this. This trial is designed to temper his Tao heart. It will not do him any good for us to help him." Great Elder Yan Mei asks, "At least, we can shut down the vision formation that allows people outside the pagoda to watch the trial. The act of eating urinated bread is a great insult to the prestige of the young master, especially in the future if he manages to prove the Tao." The room immediately becomes quiet after hearing Great Elder Yan Mei's words. Many people are in fact worrying about this. What impact will this trial have on the image of a future great emperor? What is a great emperor? A being that has escaped the shackles of time, life, and death. A manifestation of the great Tao itself. How can such a being be humiliated? Sect Master Wang Tian looks at everybody present in the meeting, then answers, "This is exactly the purpose of designing this trial. To teach Wire that no matter what height he reaches in the future, never forget his origin even if he was the humblest of beggar. When he reaches such an unimaginable realm, his deeds and past will forever be glorified by future generations. However, before reaching such height, his pride and arrogance only shows his insignificant state of mind, his ignorance, and the fact that he is not yet worthy to be bathed in the light of true glory. While the meeting is taking place, in the Wang family exclusive mountain, Wang Wei, who has been in a terrible mood the past 2 months, was invited into a room by his mother Yu Yan. Upon entering the room, Yu Yan watches her disheveled son with distress. She can easily notice the difference from 2 months ago. His eyes are bloodshot, signifying the fact that he has not had enough sleep in the past few months. His clothes are no longer clean and tidy. His eyes, who once were full of wisdom, maturity, and confidence, are now full of doubt and confusion. Yu Yan watches his son dotingly and wishes she could just go over and tell him that this trial is not necessary. Even without it, he could still accomplish great things in life. However, she knows better that this is not the time to be soft. She said, "Wire, your father is in a meeting with the elders right now. I'm worried that someone will use this failure to attack you. Come and watch so you could receive the information beforehand and be prepared for an attack." Then, she takes out a mirror showing the scene of the meeting in Tianwei Peak. Wang Wei sits next to his mother and watches the elders argue about how to deal with his recent failure in the pagoda trial. Then, he listens to his father's awe-inspiring speech about the relationship between humility and glory. Then, something dawns on him. Where does this unfounded pride come from? It's true that he is born with great wealth and good fortune. Even in his past life, he was considered a second-generation rich young master. However, his birthrights have no direct indication for his future achievement, especially in this world of cultivation. Even the most humble beggar can one day sit in the throne of emperor overlooking myriad beings. Emperor One-Eye is a perfect example of this. He was born a slave of a family in the western White Tiger continent. However, one day the family he served was brutally massacred. As a poor mortal, he was forced to beg in order to survive. In one of his encounters during that period of his life, some random rich noble stabbed one of his eyes, permanently blinding it. However, fate was in favor of such a lowly beggar. After a lucky encounter, he started on the path of cultivation. With his hard work and talent, he beat all the heaven-chosen from powerful factions and lineage and proved the Tao. In fact, throughout his life, this emperor never healed his blind eye even when he became a great emperor. As a matter of fact, he even took the name One-Eye after proving the Tao to remind him of his humble origin. So, what is Wang Wei's so-called pride worth compared to the life of Emperor One-Eye? If someone asked him to throw away his pride, to be lower than a beggar, to be a slave in exchange for 100% guarantee to become a supreme emperor, would he accept it? Of course he would. The starting point of someone is not something that can determine the limits of their achievement. Humbleness and humility are not disadvantages or vices. No, they are in fact great virtues. Virtues that teach people to never give up no matter the circumstances. After realizing this, Wang Wei's eyes shine like the first sunlight that illuminated the world. The doubt and confusions were immediately swept away. He suddenly turns toward his mother and says, "Mom, I'll be back tonight for dinner." Then he rushes outside where his head maid has been waiting for him. Soon, they both headed toward the area of the pagoda trial. Yu Yan watches her son leave with a gentle smile on her face. Soon after Wang Wei's departure, Wang Tian appears beside his wife and says with excitement, "It seems that our little play works much better than expected. Why do you and the elders have to go through all that trouble? Would it not be better to just tell him all of this? Wire is an extremely intelligent kid. If we were to tell these things directly, it would not have such a good effect. Only when he realizes it by himself can he learn something and sublimates his state of mind. The only trouble we had with this plan is the fact that Wire might realize that this is just a play directed toward him. Fortunately, his state has not been ideal the past 2 months. After leaving his home, Wang Wei directly enters the pagoda for his 10th time for the 6th trial of the pagoda. This time around, the story follows the same trajectory. After his fall, Wang Wei still becomes a beggar. However, this time, his state of mind was different. He has accepted the humility and humbleness of his life. He tries every means for survival, while trying to find a chance to change his life. When the arrogant man handed him the piece of bread filled with urine, he picked it up without hesitation and ate it. He did show any emotion such as struggle, suffering, or humiliation, just the desire to survive and the hope of a better tomorrow. And things did eventually get better for Wang Wei. After managing to barely survive the famine, one of his former loyal advisors from the sect tracked him down and provided him with a pill that could heal his crippled body at the cost of losing all his previous cultivation. He did not mind all of these. He again starts from scratch and only took a few years to heal his shattered Tao and reach a height beyond his previous peak. Afterward, he singularly slaughters all his enemies and the people who had betrayed him. He easily retook control over the Tao opening sect and led it to an even more prosperous era. Then, he went back to the slum where he used to live and rewarded the few people who helped him during those times. The only thing he did not do was to humiliate or kill the people who did him wrong during his days as a beggar. In fact, he did not even hide the fact. As such, the story of the rise of the sect master of the Tao opening sect from an humble beggar to a supreme being spread all over the world as a form of motivation, a way to encourage people that humble origin does mean you could not succeed in life. Soon afterward, Wang Wei exited the pagoda with the message that he had passed the 6th trial. Chapter 27. After this trial, Wang Wei had learned a great deal of things about himself. Despite his humble appearance, Wang Wei discovers that he had a great deal of arrogance and pride hidden deep in his bones. Unlike people who display their arrogance on their face and action, Wang Wei's arrogance is displayed in the form of alienating ordinary people or people who he believed did not have the status or strength to be on the same level as him. For example, Wang Wei might be talking to someone with polite words and a comforting smile, but in fact, he would never be friends or associate with someone of lower status than himself unless he has a purpose for doing so. The politeness he displayed when conversing with other people is due to his education. His polite and comforting smile is just a way to display his charm and increase his charisma, to develop a positive image to the world. Unfortunately, there is deep pride or hubris hidden behind the polite smile. An arrogance stems from the belief that one day he will become a powerful being that forces all myriad things to bow down to him. If it was not for this pagoda trial, Wang Wei might spend the rest of his life without being aware of such excessive pride, which would in turn cause him a great deal of danger if used by his enemies one day. The impact of Wang Wei spending so much time passing the 6th trial did not immediately go away. Disciples in the sect are constantly discussing whether the young sect master had reached his limits. Wang Wei is aware that someone might be secretly spreading rumors to discredit him. So, he immediately took action to change the narrative. How does he do that? Simple, he immediately enters the 7th trial and tries to be the first to pass it despite his 2 months late start. The 7th trial could be said to be simple, yet at the same time, the most difficult. This trial involves religion and brainwashing. In this world, there are many powerful religion and cult who rely on people's belief as a way to cultivate. As a result of these religions' desire for people to devote their entire life and belief to them, they develop techniques that brainwash people and forcibly distort their minds, ideology, memories, and even personality. The most famous of which was Buddhism. In the myriad emperor world, Buddhism once had a glorious era. Many great Buddha emperors were born in different Buddhist sects throughout the world. Their emperor sculpture, the past, present, and future Buddha, was renowned as one of the most powerful scripture in the world. Unfortunately, something happened that changed the very nature of every Buddhist. Instead of pursuing enlightenment, the Buddhist sects started to gather incense through believers. They brainwashed both ordinary people and cultivators as a way to quickly cultivate. Not much record is left in the Tao opening sect from that time period. To be more precise, someone or something not only wiped out all the Buddhist sects in the world, but even the majority of records were erased. The only thing related to Buddhism in this world that still remains is the 6 forbidden lands, the Western Pure Bliss land. Forbidden lands, as the name implies, are places of extreme danger in the myriad emperor world that have existed for countless number of years, yet still remain mysteries. The only requirement for a place to be labeled as Forbidden Land is to have at least one emperor either die or severely wounded while visiting such places. A great emperor being that has achieved immortality actually died in these Forbidden Land. The water in this world is indeed quite deep. Among the 6 Forbidden Land, the Western Pure Bliss Land is one of the most dangerous one. According to a brief introduction that Wang Wei read in the library, there have been many emperors who have visited the Western Pure Bliss Land. Many emperors, after proving the Tao, have visited those Forbidden Land in an attempt to destroy them. Why take all these risks and trouble? Of course, for glory and recognition. The myriad emperor world has cultivated a great number of emperors. Among them, there is of course a distinction between powerful emperors and weak emperors. One of the ways that emperors use to distinguish themselves is to destroy or erase a forbidden land. According to records, there have been a total of 18 forbidden lands, now only 6 remain. Some forbidden lands are dated before the first ever Emperor Heaven Opening Emperor was born in this world. The Western Pure Bliss Land has affected a large number of emperors. Once they enter the core area, there are only 3 outcomes that await them upon exiting: death, severe injury, or being brainwashed into believing in the great Maitreya Mother Buddha. Once their belief has changed, the Tao that these emperors cultivated will be forcibly rewritten to contain Buddhist nature or origin. When Wang Wei learned about this fact, he was completely horrified. What kind of being would be able to manipulate the Tao of an emperor? Unless he is more powerful than him or her. After reading about this information in the library, he directly went and asked his father about it. However, unlike before, Wang Wei's father refused to tell his son any information. In fact, according to his father's word, even he, the sect master, was not qualified to know certain things or truth, let alone his mortal son. During that time, Wang Wei spent a great deal of sleepless night worrying about his future. It was then that Wang Wei realized that being an emperor might not be the end of the path of cultivation, but just another beginning. If Wang Wei wanted to achieve the realm of free and unfettered, the realm of the great emperor was probably far from enough to accomplish that. Maybe, somewhere out there, in the vast universe, in the limitless chaos, a great emperor was nothing but a bigger ant from the truly powerful cultivators. After having these thoughts, Wang Wei had forced himself to calm down and place all these memories and thoughts in a deep corner of his mind. After all, he was not even an emperor yet. He was not even a cultivator yet. How can he ponder and stimulate the greatness and insignificance of an emperor? Despite all of the initial fear, Wang Wei vowed that he would one day unveil the secret and mysteries of all of these forbidden lands. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.